Well, welcome everyone to Tuesday, August 11th, 2020, Board of County Commission meeting and work session. The Board of County Commissioners work session for August 11th, 2020 is being held virtually utilizing communications media technology made permissible pursuant to the Governor's executive order. This meeting may be viewed on SGTV, YouTube, and by registering to participate in the Zoom webinar. Residents can provide public comment by registering to speak on the Seminole County website and Board of County Commissioners webpage. There you'll find a link to register for the webinar entitled Webinar, Meeting, Registration, and Helpful Hints. If you're unable to join via computer online, interested parties should call the following phone number, 407-665-0808 for additional information on how to participate via a telephone. We will take public comment on each item as it appears on the agenda. In order to be recognized to speak, if you're using a computer or iPad, you will need to use the raise hand feature. If you're calling on a telephone, you will need to press *9. With that said, I will ask Commissioner Constantine to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
To honor all those veterans that are still serving and those that have fallen, let us honor America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Constantine. And again, bear with us. We're still working with some technology here in my office a little bit, so we'll continue working forward. With that said, we've got Mr. Alan Harris, our Emergency Management Director, here today to give us an update. Mr. Harris, welcome and thank you for being here and being patient with us this morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, County Attorney, Deputy County Manager. Alan Harris, Chief Administrator for the Office of Emergency Management. First, I'm very happy to report that Hurricane Isaias was an excellent exercise. It didn't become, of course, a hurricane that caused major damage here in Seminole County. And I pray that it's the only hurricane that threatens us this year. Just as a recap, the sandbag operations worked successfully with plenty of social distancing. Shelters were ready to open. Equipment was deployed. Personal protective equipment was available for each shelter that we were going to open. COVID positive patients were assessed, and those who lived in mobile and manufactured homes were contacted about evacuation and special sheltering instructions for those individuals. We cross-referenced our persons with special needs registry with the COVID-19 positive patients to make certain that each were taken care of. And staff was prepared to manage all aspects of the hurricane response, including shelter, damage assessment, and other opportunities that would, of course, be created from a hurricane. As with any event, we have lessons learned, and we will work on those items to improve our preparedness and response for future events. We were very happy that it was it was probably the most beautiful day ever with a nice cool breeze and very little damage whatsoever. We did have 300 customers without power throughout the entire event, so not very much at all. On the COVID-19 front, I'm also happy to report the conditions are improving overall. The current positive cases in Seminole County was 3,299 when I met with you 2 weeks ago. Today, we are at 1,704. Thousands of cases have recovered. Approximately 15 individuals have passed away from other causes, so that makes up the difference in the total number of cases throughout the entire event. While the 15 individuals, while they did have COVID-19, it was not the primary cause of their death, so they're not listed as a COVID-19 fatality. Hospitalizations are down from 149 when we last met 2 weeks ago to today, 113. Locations of major concern for us continue to be assisted living facilities and nursing homes, but I'm happy to report the number of patients in these facilities has also decreased, 242 2 weeks ago when we met, 113 today. So it's still a bad number, but it is improving. The only bad number really that I have to give you today is over the last 2 weeks, the number of fatalities has increased. That doesn't mean the number of individuals have died over the last 2 weeks. That means that we have started to receive the reports. Sometimes the reports from the medical examiner's office and through epidemiology investigations can take about a week to 3 weeks to get the final report. 2 weeks ago, I reported 71 fatalities. Today, we report 130. A majority of these patients are seniors 55 and older with underlying medical conditions. It is important to note that these additional fatalities, again, did not occur in the last 2 weeks. It was over the last few weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, and it just takes some time for us to get those death reports in. We continue testing at multiple locations throughout the county. Oviedo has a permanent site, a Home Depot, 9 to 5, 7 days a week. The county has pop-up sites. Currently, it's at Seminole State College, main campus. We've shifted the hours from 8 to 12. We had some requests. People wanted to get tested before they were going to work, just in case they were asymptomatic. They felt great, but they wanted to get a test just to be sure. So we shifted it a little bit earlier for those individuals and those requests. True Health continues to have pop-up sites at Castleberry and Sanford, Monday through Friday. Their hours are 9 to 1. And the Florida Department of Health is continuing to do testing at their Airport Boulevard headquarters. That's Tuesday through Thursday. Appointments are required. We continue to deliver personal protective equipment to healthcare facilities, food to isolated and quarantined individuals in their home, and support services out of the EOC here. That concludes my report. Oops, you're muted.
Good. I'm sorry. Again, we're running through updates apparently on my computer while we're running a session. But anyway, I know that we say this every time. We certainly appreciate everything you and your staff are doing. I know this has drug on much longer than anybody ever anticipated. And I had an opportunity to interact with all your people and understand that spirits are generally up, which is good, considering the long, drawn out time period that you've been engaged with us. So we thank you very much. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Lockhart.
Hey, Alan, good morning. Just wanted to see if you'd had anybody reach out since our last meeting to share one of those letters with you stating that they had tested positive despite having had a test.
Not at all.
Okay. All right. You'd let us know if you got one, right?
Absolutely. I will definitely, you'll be my first call.
Okay.
But yes, as you brought it up, I definitely will call you first, and but I'll let everybody else know. Absolutely. We have not received a single one of those. You know, we get those from time to time, and it's through someone else that told someone else that told someone else. You know, the aunt told the cousin, and the cousin got it from a friend, and it's just unfortunate that those are out there.
Okay.
Well, if it makes any of us feel any better, I've been doing some traveling throughout the Southeast and numerous states over the last couple of weeks. And apparently it's happening everywhere. So it sounds like a new urban legend, but whatever the case might be. Commissioner Carey.
Yeah, I just wanted to say congratulations to Alan on a great article. So I don't know that you can see this. So there's a new magazine that's called Markham Woods Neighbors. In the August edition, there's actually a nice article about Alan. I guess you can't really see this. I'm not sure why, but anyway, it's part one of a 2-part series. And so it was a very nice article, nice glossy magazine. And Alan, I'll keep this for you. So I'll pass it on. And then when we get the second part of the story, but great representation for the county of the job that you do and trying to explain all of that. And so appreciate the, sharing of information. I think it's always helpful when people understand what your job is really about. And so it was a great article. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's awesome. Could you share that? Do you take a picture?
Yeah, I can take a picture of it and share it via text. Sure.
Yeah, somehow. Thanks.
Yeah.
I sent it to Alan, so I can just forward it because he hadn't seen it. So that was kind of fun. So,
nice.
That's awesome.
Any other inquiries of Mr. Harris? And we understand that hopefully you're going to have a little bit of time down, and we know that's well deserved. And I know it's difficult for you because you're just built that way. But if you can just unplug from everything
I'm going to try. I don't think I can, but I'm going to try.
and let your well-trained people under you carry the burden for at least a couple of days on your behalf would be great. So, Mr. Harris, again, thank you very much. All right, folks, we're going to move next to our CARES Act funding update. This will be given to a presentation by Mr. Joe Abel, our Deputy County Manager. Mr. Abel, we're all set if you want to bring the presentation up, sir.
All right, thank you. Let's see if the technology works for me like it's supposed to. All right, are we there?
We are.
All right, good. I'm just going to jump right in. I'm going to say that I'm going to give a brief update today. And we have, just like Alan has over at Emergency Operations Center, dozens and dozens of people working on the COVID-19 response there. We have literally dozens and dozens of people working on the CARES program right now throughout all departments of the county. It's been quite the lift. It continues to amaze me that every time we have a question that we're looking for an answer, it seems to lead to another 3 or 4 questions. And there's just so much uncertainty that it has been quite the process of moving through this. With that said, I'll jump in. I do have Tricia and Dana, Allison, Carrie, Steve, Lori are all around, so they'll be able to answer some specific questions if we have some specific questions that we want to get into, because I certainly don't have all the answers. So I'm going to walk through this, and we'll try to give you the information we have at this point. The current status, we are on schedule as we have discussed at the last couple meetings. Ernst & Young is on, and they have really done a yeoman's job working with staff literally, and I mean literally every day, including Saturdays and Sundays. We've been working with staff to get the portal up and running. We've completed the kickoff. We've completed the first part of the daily meetings. We had some really good meetings with Tricia and Dana and Ernst & Young for the businesses portion of it. Allison and Carrie did a great job with Ernst & Young on the individual assistance. So Ernst & Young, you'll see we have load data into the faster system. That's not to be confused with our automotive computerized system. This is a system that Ernst & Young uses that they're standing up the portal. We're still on track for the go live for both the small business on the 19th and the individual on the 26th. We're working on the training package with the county staff. Then Ernst & Young, once we get the portal up and running and be taking the applications, Ernst & Young will continue to build the back end so that it's ready for the completion of evaluation and then be fully functional end to end for evaluations and getting the approval processes moving forward by the 1st of September. The phase 1 small business grant, we have awarded $1.36 billion. To give you an example of the work that the team members are doing, reviewed 5,883 documents, received over 10,000 emails, and have sent over 10,000 emails, dedicated almost 2,000 hours to this program. Well, by today, it probably is over 2,000 hours to this program. You had mentioned at the last meeting bringing some temporary staff on. We have brought temporary staff on from our contracted, and we've been working with the clerk's office. They are also dedicating staff through their offices toward support for this program. As I said, the business portal will be launched at 10 a.m. on August the 19th. We're doing some piloting this week with a small select group of businesses to walk through the portal to make sure that it works the way we intend it to work. We also have the FAQs on the website. I'll talk a little bit more about the website momentarily. But as we walk through the piloting, as we have more and more conversations, we'll continue to update the FAQs. and the collateral on the website as we move forward. On the individual grants or assistance, I'm sorry, we had identified 7 million, and then we received the SHIP relief funds at 1.1 million. And again, just as a reminder, this will provide up to $5,000 for individuals impacted by COVID. This will assist with their rental, mortgage, utilities, food expenses, and typically that would be about a 3-month period. To date, we've processed 243 residents approved. Just over $500,000 is going out the door, or has gone out the door, and then we're still continuing to work on the additional applications that we have. We have about 500 applications that we're still going through, even before we open up the portal. So we'll have a continuous flow from here pretty much throughout the end of this process. And again, that portal opens for individual assistance on the 26th. The nonprofit assistance, we had set aside up to $3 million for essential services, those nonprofits providing essential services within Seminole County. We released the application on the 31st. Right now we have 11 applications that we've received. We've had some additional conversations with 12 other nonprofits inquiring about the process. So we continue to work through that and have conversations with them. Our first funding recommendations is targeted for the meeting on the 25th. We hope to be able to move a good amount of money through to you all for consideration at that meeting on the 25th. As you know, the public safety service and health, that is the expenses that we incur between March 1st and December 31st. It's funds that are not accounted for in the budget prior to March. The interesting part of this is it's necessary and reasonable expenditures in response to COVID-19. As you can see there, we've got the definitions that were provided to us. Necessary and reasonable judgment. Reasonable expenditures must be used for actions taken to respond to the public health emergency, as well as expenditures incurred to respond to second order effects of the emergency. One of the things, in our little sidebar here, one of the things that has probably been our greatest challenge is making sure that we have clear definitions and that we have clear expectations of what can and what can't be funded, and that we have a consensus on that across the board. As we continue to reach out to counties across the state, it continues to amaze me. Our attorneys are on calls with the attorneys across the state. Our finance people are on calls with finance people across the state. Our HR directors on with HR directors across the state. And it is amazing that everyone has a different perspective of what can and can't be spent or refunded. So it just goes to show that there's not a one size fits all yet. We're still working through this, and this is really what slows us down in moving some of this process forward, is because there's still a lot of unanswered questions. And as I like to say, the older I get, the more unanswered questions I have. We're getting questions that lead to more questions. So we're funding that, or we're trying to funnel our decisions through that, and it's been quite a process. For the public safety service and health, we've received 536 funding requests. That's through the county departments and programs, the 7 cities, the constitutional officers, and the school board, with 43 different service providers at that level. The largest expenses that we're seeing really were for the sanitation, social distancing measure, telework, and personal protective equipment. Resource management their team has put a lot of effort into this. They've reviewed those 536 requests. They've actually gone through some ranking, some consideration. They've been reaching out to the cities, coordinating with the cities and the other groups. We're going to have that finalized hopefully here very shortly, and be able to report back to you on the initial allocations on the 25th as well. And that will be a substantial amount of funding that we'll we'll be able to send out the door at that point, just simply based on reimbursement at that from the beginning to now, and then reimbursement as we move forward. Moving to the Seminole County Public Schools, we had reached out to them, and they had originally given us a request of $2.25 million. As you can see, they were awarded $9.8 million through the grant that came through the state directly to the schools. As they dug into this a little bit more, they actually have recognized more need to the point of about $6.5 million. That came in last week as we were talking through this. What we have decided and what we're going to ask for action or recommendation today is that we do a phase 1 and a phase 2 with the school board. They have already started moving forward with some additional spend for things like HVAC, strategies to improve air quality, UV lighting, technology solutions, and then some clear desk partitions. We've identified that $2.8 million, and we want to do that as a phase 1 reimbursement, and then come back and then work on reimbursements as we move forward, and as we continue to review some of the other funding as we move forward. And that will be an ask that we have for you here shortly. From a promotions program promotions and education, as you can see here, we had given you an outline the last time of some of the things that we would be doing. We have ongoing Facebook live chats. We've got the SeminoleCares.com up and running. I've got a slide with that so that anybody that's watching this will get to see that again. That's launched, and we're promoting via social media. The business outreach, and we're hitting with the chambers, everything that we talked about at the last meeting that you guys had asked us to make sure that we're reaching out to. We have been reaching out to all of those. They've been very willing and great partners to help us get the word out. We continue the partner updates. We will continue, as I said before, working with the FAQs and the talking points. As more information comes in, we'll continue to update those and keep those fresh on the website. And then we'll be launching paid advertising campaign via social media and electronic billboards, I believe starting this week and the next week. So those will be getting up and visible very shortly. As I said, the website is very simple, SeminoleCares.com. That will provide information for the small businesses, the individual assistants, and the nonprofits. This is just a quick look of what you'll see when you go to the website. It has information on Seminole Cares. It talks about the online application portal, when we'll be launching those applications. And then just as you scroll through, here's what the small businesses page looks like with the FAQ, some drop downs that will provide additional information that anybody that visits the site will be able to gain some additional information. So to kind of summarize today, what I'm asking for is your approval to move forward with the school request for $2.8 million. You can see what the funding is for there. That will be a reimbursement. The ask for action really is to allow us to move forward with a subrecipient agreement with the school board. That will be a reimbursable. It will be for this, at this point, up to $2.8 million for things that we've identified and worked with the school board. Their hope is that if we get movement today, that they would be able to take similar action this evening for approval for the subrecipient agreement at their board meeting. So with that said, that would be my action item, and I'm open to try to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Chairman.
Any questions? If I can have my screen back, staff, would be great.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Delary?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the request for the school board, as well as the request by Mr. Abel.
Second.
Motion second. Commissioner Carey, you had an inquiry?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make a comment to Joe, and that is, many of our electronic billboards we have agreements with them that if we have a need to run messaging on them, that we can do that at no charge. And I would tell you that you should reach out to all of the people that have electronic billboards, Clear Channel, and all the other big carriers, and especially the ones that we have that messaging ability with, to make sure that we're not even paying for that, because we have the ability to do that. And I would say this is probably meets the emergency classification. So don't forget.
We absolutely will. I think Alan has already utilized the billboards for some of the COVID stuff early on. So we've had a continuing connection with them, and we certainly will do that moving forward with this program as well.
For a lot of them, it's in their approval for their electronic sign that they have to allow us to use it for free. So.
Correct.
Okay, any other inquiry? Commissioner Lockhart?
I have items that I'd like to talk about that were a part of the presentation, but not related to the school district funding. I'm certainly in support of that and happy to do that, but I don't know if we want to.
Sure. So
I'm happy to ask my questions unrelated to the school item if you'd like.
Okay. Let's probably come back to that if that's okay. Let's get the school thing hammered through. This is for Mr. Applegate. Mr. Applegate, if you'll unmute yourself for just a moment.
All right.
Question, do we need to take action on this, or just we need to give direction? We have a
We
motion.
can take action on this. In my view, anything related to CARES and CARES funding due to the timing is, in my view, considered to be an emergency.
Okay.
And I think you take action. And also, in an abundance of caution, I ask that the meeting be advertised as a work session / meeting. So it gives you a little more discretion.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Sure.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion and a second. I will call roll on this so everybody understands and hears, since we're doing this virtually. Delary.
Aye.
Lockhart.
Aye.
Carey.
Aye.
Constantine.
Yes.
Zembauer. Yes. Okay, Mr. Abel, there you have it. Thank you very much. And we have some inquiries from Commissioner Lockhart, I believe initially on some other items in the presentation.
Right.
Commissioner Lockhart?
Yep, thank you. So first, let me share, since there have been a couple comments about the meeting being remote versus not back in person again. I had an opportunity to talk with the vice chair of the school board and the school board clerk yesterday, and they are offering the use of their facility. Today will be their first back in-person, full in-person meeting. Their board chambers is significantly larger than ours, and typically our meetings don't overlap, and they are happy to work with our staff if there is a need from our organization to utilize their facility. They've offered that up. So wanted to put that out there if that's something the board would like to pursue. Joe, I hear you loud and clear, and certainly understand, the desire for us to make sure that all the things we're doing are fitting into a nice little neat box, because nobody wants to get our hands slapped, right? And so while I certainly don't want us to do anything that would be an inappropriate use of funds, I'm also okay with us being, I'll use the term, minimally compliant. I think if we continue to compare ourselves to other organizations around the state and continue to analyze what other people are doing and check ourselves, and we might just need to be leaders in this and say, no, this is, we know we have good judgment. We know that this expenditure is due to COVID, and we're going to do it. And I'm certainly, again, not suggesting that we do anything that is inappropriate. But if there's stuff in a gray area and we've got community members in need, I'm willing to live a little bit, again, compliant with the intent. That's just one commissioner's perspective. I hate to see us get into an analysis paralysis. The other question I had to do with the SeminoleCares.com website. It would be great if we could put a link to that website on our SeminoleCountyFL.gov website. People, when you Google Seminole County Cares, it goes to our SeminoleCountyFL.gov website. The Seminole Cares website SeminoleCares.com doesn't pop up in a Google. And so if we could just be, hyper about getting cross pointing to each other's website, I think that would be really, really important to have that, or somehow do some search engine optimization so that folks go to SeminoleCares.com first. I don't know. We got web marketing people that know how that stuff works. I just, sitting here Googling it, couldn't find it if I didn't know it existed. I also had a great conversation with Martha R. yesterday related to homelessness and how the whole COVID and CARES Act funding is a huge opportunity for our homeless population and our precariously housed in Seminole County. And she had some really fantastic suggestions for some ways that we could use this time and this tragedy to our benefit in maybe helping to better target and strategize prevention of homelessness in the future. And so if we have a staff person that can be a point person, or maybe even you, Joe, if you'd be willing to call her and reach out to her and hear what her specific suggestions are. There are other agencies, other local government agencies around the state who have figured out a way to capitalize on this. That sounds horrible, doesn't it? Capitalizing on this. But if we're here, we might as well figure out ways to use it to our benefit. It includes entering data into our HMIS system, and the folks that are the citizens who would be accepting some of the CARES funding for the eviction prevention program, if they would allow us to utilize their information and enter it into the HMIS system, we might see a crossover with those who become homeless and are in our regular homelessness system, that we could then maybe do some predictive analytics with that. So that sounds really geeky, but I think it sounds great. And if someone other than me could have that conversation with her, that would be fantastic. Let's see. I think that was it. I am so grateful that you all really did respond quickly to our fist pounding from our last meeting. I think it was probably, there was probably more tongue lashing than necessary that took place. And so I apologize for that, but I'm really grateful that everything got moving forward quickly. So we're excited. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lockhart. Commissioner Carey?
Well, I think that people don't know that we call these programs Seminole Cares. And so I think that we need to have something on our website other than just a link that says CARES, because again, if I don't know that, I just don't know that, and if I'm a business trying to figure out which one of these most requested items that's running across the bottom of our screen is the one, I would probably click COVID-19, which is not the one, because, we don't have anything prominently on our website that says, here's where you need to go if you're trying to apply for assistance. And that's why I think we're kind of missing. We're all engaged in it, and our folks are, very good about trying to get stuff out there, but because they know what it is and they know where it is, they know where to go. But for people that don't, it's not, because it says CARES and that's all it says.
We'll continue to work on that. I know we try to have it as prominently in different places that we can. I know that Tricia and Dana are working directly, reaching out to our mailing list of businesses, and we're working through the chambers and other groups to get the word out so that the individual business folks know where to go from, word of mouth, as well as trying to search on the website. I know I get frustrated sometimes when it takes me more than 2 or 3 clicks to get where I want on our own website. So we'll continue to work on that and see if we can't make that a little more prevalent and a little more upfront.
Well, we should be able to get a list from, from the tax office of every business that has a business license in our county.
And we do.
Yeah. And so, I have a business license and I've not received anything from anybody. So again, I think that we just need to, make sure that we're getting the message out to them and making it easy to find. I mean, that's the point.
Yeah.
Yep. We're on it.
And I did personally reach out to the chambers with the message that staff had sent all of us as commissioners, I believe, a week ago, maybe 10 days ago, with the information with the website, shared that with them, shared that with PBAS, and asked them to distribute that as well. And they've told me they have. So I think we'll get there. Anything
We will
else?
work to move forward with marked improvement.
Understood. Mr. Applegate, did you need to address any comments?
I agree with Commissioner Lockhart that we want to be as flexible as possible. In fact, Joe and I were talking in the past week about that point. I want you all to know that Brajesh and I are in constant contact. We talk to each other half a dozen times a day. And we do check with other counties. I like to think that we are a leader. When it comes to the emergency orders on COVID-19, Seminole County was the first one to stand up and say that our emergency management director was correct in decisions on churches and masks. And we are checking with all the other counties, FACA. I'm entering into a contract with Neighbors Giblin. They have a direct line to Department of Emergency Management and the feds to act as a backstop for us when we render opinions. For example, today we got an email from Neighbors Giblin that some payroll expenses could be covered by COVID that we initially thought, and other counties had thought, well, that's a little questionable. One of the questions we'll be asking them today is about nonprofits and loss of revenue. So we're digging into this. But my ultimate responsibility is that I don't want the county to spend $82 million and then in January have an auditor tell us that 15 million of that was not appropriate, and they're digging into our budget for it. So it's a fine balancing act. And I can assure you that Joe, his office, with Brajesh and myself, been in constant contact on these kind of things.
Sure. So thank you. And I have a couple questions probably for Mr. Abel as well as Mr. Applegate. We've brought Ernst & Young in to facilitate and administer this program. Do we have, is there some contractual protection there for the county with their review and decision-making during this process, number one? And number two, the second question, this sort of goes to Commissioner Lockhart's inquiry. What are we doing to cross-match individuals in our community? And I'll just give you a hypothetical. I'm a business and I get the business CARES money, but then I apply for personal. Are we making sure we get one or both, or not one versus the other? And then finally, is there any cross connection or vetting process in any of the other programs that to ensure we're not giving the same entity or person multiple piles of money before we've helped as many as we possibly can?
I'll let Brian answer the legal part, and then I will try to address the other part.
I will provide all of you copies of the standard indemnification that we have with Ernst & Young. But again, I think the ultimate responsibility about the big decisions on where that money goes is going to be on us. But I will provide you with that information. It goes back to what I said earlier. There's an amazing amount of triple checking, if you will, before the big decisions are made on the funding grant. So
Okay.
I will show you specifically what we're we've agreed with Ernst Young.
And,
Standard provisions.
and to further answer your question, Chairman, I can tell you that Allison and Carrie have dealt so in depth with the individual that they probably know these people as well. They know their own family, and I think Dana would probably argue the same point from a business perspective. The good news is that yes, we're looking at those things where we have literally constant conversations with the group. We have multiple meetings a week to talk about what's moving forward and how it's moving forward. Will something potentially slip through? Probably, but we'll end up catching it. But our intent is to do exactly what you have suggested, is to try to make sure that we're reaching out, that our reach is as far and as wide as possible to be able to get as many businesses and as many individuals as possible through this process.
Okay. Commissioner Lockhart?
So I have a follow-up question talking about, Commissioner Zambauer, your question prompted me to think of another question, so thank you. When we talk about the business application versus the personal application, something that has been brought to my attention by a couple of property owners who are landlords is that they as landlords can really only benefit from this CARES funding if their tenants apply for the rental assistance. So if you have a tenant who doesn't seem necessarily motivated because they know they can't be evicted at this point in time, these landlords are kind of the ones holding the bag in the meantime. And I wonder if there's a possibility that landlords in that situation couldn't apply as business owners for assistance as opposed to going through their tenant to get the money through the rental assistance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. I will have to get that answer for you, but from a point of reasoning, if the landlord has established themselves as a business entity, they should be able to go through the business portal. And I would think, as a landlord, if I had tenants who were struggling, I would make sure that they were very aware of the individual assistance. And again, you can only make people aware of it. You can't make them do it. But I would think, and I will get a definite answer for you, but I would think that you would be able to be able to work both of those.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
I think that's a very good point that Commissioner Lockhart raises, and maybe, and Mr. Applegate and his staff may want to look at this. Maybe there can be by proxy, the landlord on behalf of the tenant with some kind of split mutual agreement that the landlord is getting paid with the money, but acting as an agent for the tenant to prompt to get the money if you have a tenant that otherwise is not motivated to do it. So maybe we should have that discussion between staff and legal to see how you can actually do that. I can't imagine there's a whole lot of people out there not motivated to get some assistance, but I would concur there are. And this is probably a good time to dispel, because I've had a couple calls to my office making statements along the lines that we have somehow excluded people who are self-employed as the sole operator of their business, which in fact, what we have told them in our office is, look, you're eligible still for the personal proceeds if you don't meet the business criteria, but they are eligible for the business criteria during the three tiers that staff has laid out. I know there's been some controversy or questioning there, so I appreciate that. Anything else on this matter, Mr. Applegate?
Before we leave it, I'm just pulling up the contract. I wanted to show you, in addition to the indemnification clause, Section 8 of the Ernst Young contract requires the consultant to be accurate and do what they're supposed to do. In fact, the second section of 8 the county's review of and approval and acceptance of payment required under this agreement does not operate as a waiver of any rights under the agreement or a cause of action out of the performance of the agreement. So I feel very comfortable, again, that we're covered.
Okay, very good. Anything else from the commissioners on this matter? Seeing none, thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Abel. We appreciate it. We appreciate you sitting in for Ms. Guillet, which brings us up to the next items. We are going to have two add-on.
Mr. Chairman, since we did vote on that, would it be appropriate to open up for public?
There's no harm in doing it. Clint, do we have anybody from the public that would like to speak about the funding of the school system?
I see no raised hands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Next, we have two add-on consent agenda items under the county manager's report. We're moving these items to the beginning of the meeting for approval. Pursuant to Florida law, the public has a right to be heard on all propositions except when the Board of County Commissioners is acting on ministerial or emergency matters or conducting a meeting exempt from Section 286.011 Florida statutes. Public comment time on propositions shall be 3 minutes for individuals and 6 minutes for group representatives. The right to be heard during quasi-judicial hearings is governed by Florida law. The public will be provided the opportunity to be heard on non-agenda matters at the end of the meeting. Proper decorum shall be observed. If members of the public would like to make a comment or attending the meeting using a computer, iPad, or electronic device, click on the raise hand feature on your laptop. If you have called in on a telephone, you may raise your hand by pressing *9. Once you've pressed that, you'll be called in the order in which your hand has been raised. Clint, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on the consent agenda items number 4 and number 5?
No, sir.
Okay, seeing none, I will look for the board for direction.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve, second. Any discussion? Seeing none. Okay, we will call the roll on that one. This is for consent items 4 and 5. Delary,
Aye.
Lockhart,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Yes.
Constantine, Zembauer, yes. Very well. Next, we're going to move in the work session portion of the meeting. We have Jason McCrae with ETM will be presenting the Power Corridor Trail Feasibility Study this morning. John Dredge will be available also for questions. This is item number 1 on your agenda during the work session under Public Works.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Give me a minute to get the PowerPoint up. I gotta look. Okay, that's okay. Okay. So good morning. I'm Jason McCrae with ATM. I'll be presenting the findings of our trail feasibility study from State Road 434 to the Cross Seminole Trail. Our agenda today is a brief introduction. Then we're going to discuss the 5 alignments. Also go over the typical sections for each of the alignments. Go over our evaluation of the alternatives. And then finally discuss our recommended alignment for the study. So from an introduction, the purpose of the project was to conduct a feasibility study for the viability from State Road 434 at Winter Park Drive to the Cross Seminole Trail via the Duke Energy Power Line easement and Shepherd Road. The need, the trail was identified in the sales tax referendum and is proposed as a major trail in the Seminole County Master Plan. It's intended to provide a north-south connection from the city of Castleberry up to the Cross Seminole Trail, and which is also provides a connection via the larger trail to the city of Lake Mary and also the park to the east. So the purpose of this was to look at alternatives off of the power line easement that's shown on this exhibit here. This was kind of the base of our alignment, and then all the alignments kind of spike out off of this alignment. The trail study analyzed the engineering feasibility, environmental impacts, the permitting requirements, also public acceptance, and then finally the construction costs. So now I'm going to go over the 5 alignments briefly that we considered. Alignment 1 uses the red corridor, which is the power line corridor up to Wildwood Drive. Then it follows along Wildwood Drive, makes a slight shift on Shepherd Road, continues going north just to the west of a FDOT pond. Then it meanders behind Highlands Elementary School, and finally provides connection to the Cross Seminole Trail. This does provide a natural view through the trees behind the school to the Cross Seminole Trail. A bridge would be required to maintain the floodplain flow due to Soldiers Creek. And through the public engagement efforts, we did find out that the residents of in the Wildwood area do not support this alignment. Alignment 2, again, all alignments are going to utilize the same red corridor to the south. The difference is here from Wildwood Drive, it continues north, goes up to Seven Oaks Boulevard, continues to the north to Shepherd Road, where it goes on the south side of Shepherd Road to the east. Then it continues along the same alignment that I presented on alignment 1 to the west of the FDOT pond behind the school, and finally connecting to the Cross Seminole Trail. Again, this alignment would provide the same natural view of the trees and also would require a bridge because of the drainage flow of the floodplain. Alignment 3 follows the same alignment of the red corridor and up to Seven Oaks, up to Shepherd Road. But then once it gets to Shepherd Road, it crosses to the north side of Shepherd Road, goes to the west, where it gets up to US 1792. And then it continues northerly on the east side of US 1792 up to the pedestrian bridge at the Cross Seminole Trail. This has no significant engineering issues. We generally received positive feedback for this alignment, and our meeting with the PPAC also, they indicated their support for this line. Alignment 4 again follows the same red corridor alignment and the blue alignment up to Seven Oaks Boulevard. But from that point, it continues up along the orange corridor up to the intersection of 1792, where it would cross there and continue to the north up to Timaquan Way. All of this corridor would be within the power line corridor. There are safety concerns because of crossing the pedestrians at the signal at the at-grade intersection of 1792. And we also got feedback that some residents would not prefer the trail going behind the back or to the rear of their properties. And then finally, alignment 5. Again, it's located along the Duke Power easement line up to Seven Oaks Boulevard, comes up to Shepherd Road, continues as on the previous, I think it was alignment 2 on the south side of Shepherd Road, where it crosses, goes to the west of the FDOT pond, but then it continues north up to basically the intersection of 1792 and the pedestrian bridge. This would require a pretty lengthy boardwalk over Soldiers Creek because of the floodplain length. It is, again, that would be a costly improvement, and it would also have significant floodplain and wetland impacts. So now I'm going to take just a minute to go over the different typical sections for the 5 alignments. For any trail within the power line easement or that's not within dedicated road right-of-way, we would propose a 14-foot asphalt trail with the appropriate shoulder and slopes and sod within the easement. Along Wildwood Drive, we would provide a buffer from the curb, provide a 10-foot trail, another buffer to in between, all within the existing right-of-way on the eastern side of Wildwood Drive. For the small section where the trail would be on the east side of Seven Oaks, again, we would provide a buffer between the curb and the asphalt trail, then an asphalt trail, and then the appropriate sod slope. This is partially within the right-of-way, but is also within a dedicated easement for the Seven Oaks community. Going on to Shepherd Road, where the trail would be on the south side. Again, the trail would start at the back of the curb. We'd provide a 3-foot buffer sod strip, a 8-foot trail along this segment because of the reduced right-of-way availability, and then a 3.5-foot offset to the existing right-of-way. Also, there's an existing wall at the right-of-way, which is also a construction. The existing typical section on 1792 that's currently under construction is depicted here, which shows a 3-foot sod strip and a 5-foot sidewalk. Our typical shown here for the proposed would provide a 4-foot sod strip, a 10-foot trail, and a 2-foot offset to the wall, all fitting within the constrictions that are currently under construction within that corridor. So for our alternatives evaluation, we did a lot of data collection. We collected right-of-way information, soils data, wetland data, floodplain data, all the subdivision plats to make sure that we knew exactly where the right-of-way lines were. We also looked at the St. John's permitting requirements for the project, did several field reviews, and also had a public involvement effort for this project. Want to note the floodplains, because on several of the previous alignments, you noted that we said there was floodplain encroachments that we would have to cross. All this shows is where you see the light blue and the green are floodplains down at Soldiers Creek. And as you can see, the portions of alignment 5, or I think it's 2 and 4, that would pass through the floodplains. Also want to note soils, mostly because within basically the same floodplain limits, we also have poor soils on this exhibit. All soils designated as number 10 soils or 15 soils are very, muck material, are very poor and not easy to construct upon. So that would also be another challenge for those alignments going through that. For our public involvement efforts, we had numerous stakeholder meetings. We had virtual or online meetings with the golf course property, Winter Springs, the PPAC, FDOT drainage, also with St. John's to get a clear indication of the permitting requirements. We also conducted a virtual public meeting presentation. We mailed out 321 notices, conducted it over a 2-week period from June the 30th to the July 14th, and received over 40 engagement interactions or comments, or what their thoughts were on the trail. So this is just a depiction of our public involvement efforts for the 5 alignments. To the right of this, it shows how many favorable, no comment, and against. And we highlighted the 3rd alignment just because it received the most favorable comments as part of our public involvement efforts. We also have another exhibit here where we looked at our key items, pedestrian crossings, drainage right-of-way, floodplains, and public acceptance and cost. And we rated it three ways. Green, of course, is high benefit, or that the alignment is a positive impact. Orange, or I guess that would be orange, is a moderate benefit. And then finally, red is that it's a low benefit, or it have a bad impact to those elements that are highlighted. And again, you can see the third alignment basically has the highest color coding out of the 5 alignments considered. Then finally, we also performed a qualitative and quantitative ranking using those same criteria. For the qualitative analysis, we used a ranking from 1 to 5, 1 being that it's a good ranking or a positive benefit, 3 being that it's a moderate ranking or benefit, and then 5 being it's a negative or poor benefit, and assigned a ranking to each of those items for the 5 alternatives and averaged the qualitative ranking. Then for the quantitative, we looked at the construction cost and ranked the 5 alignments 1 through 5, starting at the lowest cost to the highest. Then we averaged the scores and came up with an overall rank. Again, the third alignment at this point showed the highest rank, or the number 1 ranking of the corridors. So our recommendation today is based on our evaluation of the 5 alignments, is that alignment 3 that goes within the power line is adjacent to 1792 be the recommended alignment. That's based on the results of our quantitative and qualitative evaluation that included the stakeholder and public feedback, the wetland and floodplain impacts, right-of-way acquisition, pedestrian crossings, the cost of the project, and finally the drainage and permit. And with that, I would like to open it up to any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. McCray. If I can have the screen back when we get a minute here, Steve.
I am working on it. Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Okay, question, Commissioner Carey.
So in looking at these, I mean, I think the alignment number 3 is probably a good one. And the reason I really like it is, we spent millions of dollars building the overpass, the pedestrian overpass there, crossing 1792, and it goes through Big Tree Park, and it's just a great area to go down General Hutchinson Parkway, that whole area there. And so I think by utilizing something that we already have in place and have already invested in, would maybe up the activity on that overpass, and it has, just seems like it has the most benefits. And so I was glad to see that y'all were recommending alignment number 3, because that would be my preferred choice as well. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Delory.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the consultant. Because I like item 3 as well as item number 5, but item number 5 actually gets a lower weighting because of the wetland and floodplain impact. But is that addressed by the Broadwalk? Because that's really a cost issue, not that it affects the wetlands. And I just wanted to understand how that actually got a 5 out of 1 to 5 in the wetlands and floodplain if you're putting a Broadwalk over that.
Well, it received the 5 ranking for several reasons. First off, regardless if you put a boardwalk over the floodplain and the wetlands, it would require a individual permit and not be exempt. So it would have a heightened level of permitting. It also received the 5 ranking just because that it requires a bridge to cross through it to minimize the impacts, and thus the cost to the wetland and floodplain impacts was greater than all the others. So that was the main 2 causes for the number 5 ranking for that one option.
Can you also address on your different rankings, once you go to 1792, you're going to have additional safety issues. And I don't see anything in your presentation that talks about the safety on 1792.
Well, as shown on the typical section, the current section along there does provide a 7-foot buffered bike lane So the traveling public will be 7 feet from the edge of the curb. And then we also provide the minimum offset using the trail design criteria to provide an offset to the trail. So we did look at trail safety by looking at the paved shoulder and where the traveling public would be in the within the paved area, as well as providing an offset to the trail to provide a positive safety offset for the trail users.
So when you evaluated that, because I know in traveling that road, DOT's been spending a lot of time on that road because of the issues with the wetlands. Has all those issues been addressed in this typical cross section?
Yes, because what they're impacting and what they're addressing, we're not going to be impacting any additional wetlands or floodplains because we're constructing our trail basically between the curb and their wall that they're constructing out there right now.
So the one criteria I didn't see listed in any of the evaluation is the actual trail experience. Can you actually go through those 5 different categories, 5 different scenarios about trail experience? Because I don't really see that here. Because having a trail major road at 792 is a different experience than having it on a different type of a road that has less vehicles.
Well, that's a good question. For most of the alignment that's within the power line, there's opportunity for it being more wide open, thus that improves the trail experience. And also the trail commander, thus you don't have a linear trail. Once we get up to the point where we get up near Wildwood or Seven Oaks, we get into more of a restricted urbanized roadway environment to continue it. So there's less opportunities along those items or those segments for an enhanced pedestrian, unless you go on the alignments that do go behind the school or go through the wetland and floodplain, and those would have a higher ranking for that one element. But being that alignment 3 basically had a 1 ranking for all of them, and that would be the only one that would have a lower ranking, it still would probably come out as #1 ranked element. Also, through all our coordination, through the public engagement effort, as well as meeting with the PPAC, they all also voted for the 3rd alignment, which was the blue alignment.
So with that 3rd alignment, how would you connect the elementary school to it?
Well, the elementary school's already connected because there's sidewalks on both sides. They actually have crossing guards that cross Shepherd Road to the south of or to the east of where this trail would be. So they would connect to the trail via the 5-foot sidewalks that are on the north and south side of Shepherd Road.
Any other inquiries? All right. Do we have anybody, Clint, from the public that wishes to comment on this item?
No, sir. No raised hands.
Okay. Very good. If there's no further questions, anything for our county engineer?
Well, are you looking for direction from the majority of the board at this point? What's staff requesting from us other than?
Good morning. John says for the record, we requested from you to accept the recommendation of the consultant for alternative 3, so we can move for the next step for the design. And to bring another thing to mention, at 1792 we have another project which connects the bridge with that connection via ramp is under design. So we will be able, when you get to 1792, you'll be able to go through the ramp. The project is designed and go to the existing ramp.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Dredge? Commissioner
Yeah.
Carey?
So when you say to the bridge, you're talking about the pedestrian bridge over 1792?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we have a lot of things that are going to kind of culminate at that particular point. So,
And
Mr.
hopefully,
Chairman, if you need an action item, I'm happy to move approval of the staff recommendation and the consultant recommendation for alignment number 3.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
I have a question for John Dredge. Since you said there's a separate project to connect this trail to the trail bridge with a ramp, what's the cost of that?
That project been on the, it has been on schedule for a while. We were waiting until 1792. It is completed. It is in the past, it's called for stairs. But when we try to design the stairs, it will not work, so we change it to ramp. I know it is under design now. The construction cost, it's around under $500,000, and also on the metro plan list for funding as well.
Mr. Applegate, I see your hand raised.
Just an abundance of caution, since CARES Act is more of an emergency matter with the timing. Maybe get a consensus, and then if it's not time sensitive, have John at the next meeting have a consent agenda item for approval of the final plan.
Agreed. Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
Okay, I thought you said you advertised this as a
Well,
meeting.
that was primarily for the CARES Act issues, in case.
Sure.
We can do that.
Any further inquiries of staff? And so, what is the flavor of the board? Are the commission in favor of staff moving forward with alignment 3 and the staff's recommendation?
I would be.
I'm okay with that.
I am as well.
Mr. Chairman, I would be as well, but I would like to have in that cost that additional ramp added to it so that we understand the full cost of this project and not just getting it to the bridge. I want to make sure that whatever we do for this alignment, we understand the full cost of it.
Can I ask clarification then, please? Was that stairs now ramp already planned regardless of the trail alignment?
Yes, ma'am, it's another project. That will be it. It is already in the design. It and will be, should be, the final design should be done in a few months.
Okay, all right.
Separate project.
Separate but related, but not really. Got it.
Yes.
So would you be kind enough to make sure that whatever you split that other project, if you'll identify that for Commissioner Delary so he clearly understands which project those are with, and distribute that to the rest of the commission?
I will. It is showing on that monthly report we provide you, but I'll go ahead and do that too.
Yes, understood. I understand. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. So it looks like we have unanimous consent to accept the recommendation of the consultant. Is that correct? Everybody's good with that? There you go, Mr. Dredge. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Is everybody good working forward? Does anybody need a break? Okay, we will move to work session item number 2, which is a speed cushion update. Charles Wetzel, County Traffic Engineer. And we will have Kanan. No, I'm sorry. Charlie Wetzel, our County Traffic Engineer, will present this. Do we have somebody with staff assisting them with their presentation? I know Mr. Dredge is on this project as well. I would assume they were in the same room.
I believe they're making the transition.
Okay.
I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. I'm within earshot.
Go for it.
You're good to go. And then how do I page through it? All right, you're good to go. And I just click through it.
Okay. Looks like we have the slideshow up. If you will be patient 1 moment, we'll wait.
It should be able to hear you now.
Make sure you've got everything queued up, and we'll wait for Commissioner Lockhart
And I
to.
just click here and advance. Okay.
Mr. Wetzel, are you good on your end?
I am.
Great. Well, welcome today, and we'll get started here in just a moment.
Where's our camera? Can you see what we're seeing? Oh.
Staff, just so you know, your mic is queued up.
Yeah, you're presenting right now. So you would be here. I can. So you can see yourself. Yeah. But it's going to show that screen over there.
Let's give Commissioner Lockhart just another minute or so, and we'll get going. Okay, she can see us, so let's go. We're good to go.
All right, good morning. I'm Charlie Wetzel, County Traffic Engineer. With me, I have Mark Beavis. He's our Traffic Studies Supervisor. This morning, we're talking about speed cushions. So first, we have some follow-up information from our February work session on this topic. Then we'll discuss where we are now and where we hope to go. So the first follow-up item had to deal with our previous traffic calming program that we presented in March 2018. 2 of the 5 commissioners were not present at that meeting, so we wanted to give that information. So in 2005, the board approved a traffic calming program and manual that had several approved devices in it. These included speed display trailers and signs, mid-block chokers, chicanes, traffic circles, roundabouts, median and center islands, and gateway and entry features. I didn't want to go through those in detail today, but they were given at the end of this presentation for your information. Noticeably absent from this traffic calming program were road humps and speed cushions. The initial budget for the traffic calming program in 2005 was $150,000 a year. Unfortunately, that was eliminated in 2007 due to budget cuts, and the only devices that were put in as part of this program were speed display signs. Follow-up item number 2, at our last work session, the board had some concerns with the high cost of our prefab rubber cushions that were put in as part of the pilot project. As a reminder, these were $6,200 a location, which was a set of 2, which was good for a roadway up to 24 feet wide. Assuming our 300 to 400 foot spacing between locations, you're looking at $93,000 a mile. So we did find an alternative. The city of Orlando is using asphalt cushions using an Orange County contract. with Altair Environmental out of Longwood. The cost of these cushions is $4,000 per location for a set of 3. So it's roughly 2/3 the cost of the rubber cushions that we installed. So again, looking at 15 sets a mile, roughly $60,000 a mile. This contract with Orange County is piggybackable, so we can use it. The Wekiwa Island owners are looking to install this design and these asphalt cushions on Miami Springs Drive shortly. We are hoping they would be in by the time of this presentation so you could look at them, but they're still trying to get bids and get those installed. Here's a picture of the design from the city of Orlando and actually a picture of actual cushions on West Winter Park Street in Orlando. Again, these are stamped asphalt with coloration, so we don't have to do that, but that's what the city of Orlando is using, and this is the general idea of kind of a cheaper, just as effective means of speed control. So where are we now? It's been over a year since the last rubber cushions were installed as part of our pilot project. We seem to get positive feedback with only a couple requests of some neighborhoods looking for more cushions, but we don't necessarily agree with their philosophy. Since January 2018, we've received almost 100 requests for cushions on various roadways. We've given that list to the board. We have not vetted this list, so we know for sure that there are some roadways on here that wouldn't apply to the criteria that we're proposing. The roads may not have driveways on them, or they're not through streets. So, but we just wanted to present all the inquiries we've gotten towards a program. And also for information, we still have 21 roadways out there that have the old asphalt humps that were installed between 1991 and 1994. So where do we go from here? So the main answer I guess we're looking for today is, does the board want to move forward with a speed cushion program? If so, how are we going to fund it? Again, somewhat pricey, $6,200 for the rubber cushions, a little cheaper for the asphalt cushions at $4,000 a location, but still you're looking at $60,000 to $93,000 a mile for these devices. Looking at funding, a couple alternatives, either county funded, possibly through the penny sales tax, or another option would be MSBU. We would recommend the MSBU option. You know, again, we had the list of 100. I don't think there would be that many that would actually satisfy their criteria, but this could be a very expensive program. I don't know if our county sales tax program can absorb that. And also in MSBU, the residents have some investment in the solution. There's some skin in the game. So that would be our recommendation. If we do move forward with a program, we need to develop criteria of when and where we use these. They're given here. I'm not going to go through all of them in detail, but they have to do with the maximum volume on the road, the maximum speed, you know, getting homeowner buy-in, at least a 65% approval, different criteria on how often we space these devices. Also, again, kind of like what I mentioned, the roadway needs to have driveways that directly access the roadway, and the road is subject to through traffic. Looking at the different classifications of the roadway or the character. But most importantly is there needs to be a documented speed problem on the roadway. Unfortunately, there's a typo here. What we intended to say was we would be looking for the 85th percentile speed of the roadway is at least 10 miles an hour over the posted speed limit, so that there is a significant speeding problem before we go and have the community invest money in trying to control that. One statement that a few different agencies have as part of the criteria is essentially a caveat that the county traffic engineer or county engineer has the ability to waiver from the criteria based on the situation, looking at safety of the motorists and residents and also public safety impacts. That's the end of the formal presentation. Again, after this slide, we gave information from the 2005 program of the other devices that were included in our traffic calming manual. And the very last slide included some of the prices and also updated prices for 2020, because again, this was 15 years ago. So with that, I'd open it up to any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wetzel. Commissioner Lockhart, I think saw your hand up, please.
Thanks for getting back to us with this information. I think I've got a few questions, but I'm mostly looking at this from the perspective of the residents who clearly reached out because they feel like they have a need. We haven't, what I heard you say is we haven't vetted the list yet to determine if any of these or how many of these would meet the criteria that you're proposing. So how did you, without knowing who is asking and saying, hey, I have a need, if we've developed criteria, we don't know if we're fulfilling the need or the perceived need. So how'd you pick the criteria? I'm trying to connect. If we've got people who have a want or a need and we're in the business of meeting that want or need, but we don't know, but we're creating criteria, I feel like we might be not aligned yet with what we're supposed to be doing.
But the criteria is that we proposed is really based on other agency experience, other agencies' programs, kind of typical traffic engineering practice. Again, someone may have requested speed humps on a 45-mile-an-hour roadway. That's just not realistic. That could be on this list. Again, we didn't go through each one because it would take some time to look at the area, do a little study. So the idea is this is to control speed on lower speed roadways, 30 miles an hour or less.
Right.
There's some roadways, excuse me, again, that don't have any driveways on them. So what are you really controlling? So that's why we've developed some criteria of at least some minimum qualifications of minimum road volumes, speeds, things like that. And again, most importantly, is probably a documented speeding problem where we don't know that there is a speeding problem on some of these roadways. It may be perceived, but not actual.
So I noticed several of the roads, because you provided us a list and the name of the individual who was making the request, and several of them are associated with the sheriff's office. So I would imagine that, if the sheriff's office has already been involved and they're out there doing enforcement, I'd hate to see us establish criteria before knowing how many of the people that are requesting speed humps in the area meet the criteria we're establishing. I feel like I'd like to know that.
I want to make sure that I understand with what Commissioner Lockhart's asking. I don't think this is endeavored upon to identify where it's going to be used. This was a program that staff looked at. If you were going to ever use speed humps, this would be the criteria for us to consider, not necessarily
Correct.
Where they go. Is that a fair analogy?
Yes.
So considering where they would go would be a different process if the board decides to direct this is something we would want to consider. Is that a fair analogy?
Yes, correct.
Okay, wait a minute. So we're establishing criteria to determine if we want to proceed, but it's not going at all to relate to where they're installed? That doesn't make much sense.
Well, I think what I'm hearing, what I understand is there has been past complaints Speed humps were never approved by a previous commission. We've asked them to study these as a calming device for traffic.
Right.
And if we approve it, then it could be a calming device for calming traffic to be used somewhere.
Well, I'm thinking we would start with the 99 residents who've already called and asked for them. I would think. I mean, we don't want to go around the county and just put in speed tables willy-nilly.
No, absolutely. And maybe I'm not stating it right. I don't think staff is saying they're going to put these anywhere at this point. They're simply saying there are engineering aspects of a roadway that you can utilize to do traffic calming. The ones listed early in the presentation, but speed humps are yet another one that's not in our current toolbox that could be deployed if requested or if a need was there. And I think they're asking us, do we want to consider that as a tool in our toolbox to be deployed if such is desired to be deployed or requested to be deployed? I think. Is that, am I not?
Exactly. Yes.
Mr.
It's another
Abel?
tool in our toolbox.
Yeah, can I jump in? Let me see if I can either clear the water or muddy the water more. So we had this conversation back in 2005. Staff got to a point where the speed cushion concept or the conversation had begun again. Staff didn't want to, because there's no budget for this program, or there was, they have limited time based on what they have the ability to do. What they wanted to do is say, if we're going to consider this program moving forward, we need to establish the best practice standards. So here's what the program would look like if we were going to do a speed cushion program. If we're interested in moving that program forward, these would be the criteria we would recommend. Then, if we want to say we want to move forward and we think this is the funding mechanism we would use, then we would be able to go back and vet those 99, the list of 99 to see which ones would fit the criteria based on our best management standards or practices. So what I think Charlie's trying to say is we had a conversation with no funding for a program, and before we started talking about a program, let's set some standards of what that program would look like, see if the commission is willing to move forward with this, how would the funding be identified, and then we can go and vet these to see which ones make the most sense to move forward. Did I muddy it more, or did I help?
I think I got it.
No, I definitely understand that you're here to get direction to see if the board even wants to move forward, but I'm just not wanting us to give direction to move forward with criteria that automatically means, what's the point of putting a program in place if it doesn't meet the needs of the people who are even requesting it currently? I mean, I'd like to get an idea of which roads are finding and thinking that they have an issue that we're responding to. We're not doing this because we had nothing better to do. We're doing it in response to our citizens who had a perceived or real need. So I for one am absolutely interested in having this tool in our toolbox, but I don't see the point of putting it in there if it's not going to really help anybody. And I don't know that we know that yet. That's all.
Commissioner Carey and then Commissioner Constantine.
Well, I mean, so we've had 99 requests, and how many of those are on the same particular roads? I know you've got a list in here, but sometimes we have that. I mean, I'm not interested in trying to put any kind of program into place when we have a shortfall of funding in the current budget year. We're probably looking at a shortfall in funding for next year. And so I don't even know how we would fund a program. And so without some type of specific funding, because even our sales tax revenue is very off from where we anticipated it would be in the current year, and again, probably in the coming year. So, we did the pilot program that seemed to be working. I think that if you're going to implement a program, you should look at all options as far as what works and what's most cost effective, because it isn't going to be a one size fits all. I don't like speed humps. I have a low profile car. They're terrible no matter how you make them. So as far as rubber cushions and then the asphalt hump, unless you're really kind of, making them wide enough like a sidewalk crossing, to me, they're not a good. But without any funding, I don't even know why we're having a conversation about this, quite frankly.
Mr. Constantine?
Thank you very much. For the commissioners that weren't there, we did have some studies that we had on certain streets. The feedback was from good to excellent, both from the citizens as well as the reduction of speed. And I feel this is a very positive opportunity to have a tool in the toolbox. I would be in talking to homeowners associations around the county. I would like to give them the option of wanting to do this and do it as the staff has recommended it, as I've always seen this program to be, as a suggestion to homeowners associations and others to say, if you have a problem on your street, we have a potential solution. You can use that with by paying for it yourself, by doing it as we do in so many other circumstances, whether it's street lighting or others, and give them that opportunity. Or at the same time, when developments are coming in and maybe adding traffic that are concerns, that could be an option to go to homeowners associations and or the potential development group that's coming in. So I see this as a real potential positive opportunity to give the citizens a suggestion and say, hey, if this is something that you've got a concern, we can go in, we can look, we can see if the speed is as you said, 10 miles per hour higher potentially, because in our studies, it showed that it did reduce the speed in those communities. Now that we have an even better, as far as a more economical product, I think that would be even more of an opportunity for homeowners associations or streets, individual streets that may be interested in doing that and using it and paying for it. And I will tell you that those folks on Miami Springs Road are excited. In fact, there's a little bit of a controversy about where they go. They're so excited about getting them in there to help reduce the price. To help reduce the speed. So I see this as a tool, and I don't see us having to put money into it per se. Staff time, yes, potentially, but all of that is part of what we can get back when we go ahead and get the 65%, just like we would do on any other program that is going to work like this.
Okay. Commissioner Carey?
So it sounds like Commissioner Constantine's recommendation, or what he's saying, is to put it in our toolbox for an MSBU funding opportunity, which again, I don't have an issue if we allow things. We've added items to our MSBU funding opportunities in the past. If a community thinks that they have a problem and they, want to pay for that for those to go in, then I think that we should have a selection of options that they could pick, because they all have different cost benefits. But in the test program that we did in my district, it really was more about cut through traffic and people cutting through the neighborhoods, to get out somewhere else. And then when we put the speed humps in, people said, well, they didn't want to go through all of that. So they would just go around and stay on the road instead of cutting through the neighborhood. So I think different communities want these for different reasons. And, because we don't have any funding, if you want to add it to the MSBU program, I'd be fine with that. But as far as, the county going through and putting these in, until we have a funding source, I just am reluctant to try to develop it. Because when we had this conversation in 2005, they didn't even have the good product that we ended up installing with the rubber mats. we had been early on, it was recommended not to use those because they weren't very good. And then they improved them over time. And I'm sure they'll continue to improve them and offer, different options, and different things will come forward that may be more cost effective or, a better product.
Commissioner Galari, you had your hand raised?
Yes, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, thank you for acknowledging me. All really good and valid comments. I have no problem with agreeing with them all. The conversation I like to have is about the principal arteries. There's two major roads that I've seen that have existing speed tables. One is Lake Howard Road, which is a principal artery, as well as Tangerine Avenue, which is a principal artery. And those speed tables are put there to deter not just speeding, but cut through traffic. And with this criteria, we're saying here, not on principal arteries. And I just want to make sure that we're not taking that tool out of that toolkit, as some of the commissioners have talked about, because they do work on those two major roads. And I want to make sure that we're looking at that to make sure that we're providing everything possible to address the traffic, as well as speeding, as well as cut through traffic. And those two roads are a good example of not just controlling speed, but controlling cut through traffic.
Okay. I personally am not a fan of speed humps and speed bumps for so many reasons. Although I do favor them, and I know my son favors them in our family business for the damage that many cars incur from these speed humps and speed bumps. But, there's something that was brought to my attention by a realtor that I never thought about, which is a realtor said to me, when prospective buyer goes into an area to buy a home and they see speed humps and speed tables, sometimes and often they can be immediately turned off to say, hey, what's going on in this neighborhood? Do I really want to live here? So, for whatever that's worth, I can support speed humps or speed bumps if done properly in an MSBU program where it's paid for those benefit units. But I'd also like to hear from the county attorney, from a liability standpoint, where does the county stand, even if it is an MSBU, on vehicle damage to many cars today that have a very low approach angle on purpose, for so many reasons, not only fuel efficiency, but the looks, drag coefficients, those types of things, that we're seeing the wheelbases and the stance of automobiles much lower today than we ever had in the past. So who's responsible if we damage a front fascia of a vehicle, rear fascia of a vehicle, or the undercarriage of a vehicle with a speed hump?
Well, two things. One, they would have to show that the speed bump was either negligently installed or didn't meet criteria that caused the damage. But normally, if a car is damaged by a speed bump, it's because it's going too fast, and therefore the driver would be the owner of the vehicle would be liable, not the county. But that wouldn't prevent Morgan & Morgan from sending notice of claims.
Well, and I can appreciate that, but I can tell you, I own several cars that you could idle and you will rip and cause thousands of dollars of damage to on a speed hump or a speed bump. And I'm talking about just trying to crawl over them at idle speed. I get if somebody's driving recklessly and too fast, that's more of a suspension travel issue. But in a static scenario, there's a great deal of cars that have an approach angle that's so low that you literally could, a human even pushing them over a speed hump could damage and cause thousands of dollars of damage. So my concern there is, if the county were to put those in under an MSBU program, who's responsible? Is the MSBU units responsible, or is the county responsible?
Again, I go back to the same on a negligence theory. Is one, were they properly installed and meet criteria? Were Was there adequate notice that the speed bumps were there? And then it becomes a question of fact. So,
Okay.
that is the answer.
Right. I got you. Okay. All right. Commissioner Lockhart.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm clear, because what I think I'm hearing our staff say is they're not suggesting we put in speed bumps, but these modified, flatter topped, what I would call a speed table,
Right.
that we actually have installed at Seminole State to slow people down. And if you are going the speed limit, you glide over them without any issues, because they're not meant to make you have to come to a complete stop. They're meant to allow you to continue to travel the speed. Am I understanding that correctly? I don't want to misrepresent what I think I'm hearing.
That's the intent. I mean, a perfect speed, we're calling them speed cushions in this application. They are different from the humps that we put back in the early 90s in that they have the gap, so emergency vehicles and ambulance can move through them without having to go over them. That was one of the major concerns of public safety, was that they wouldn't want to work on a patient while having to go on a roadway with these. So that's the difference from the ones back in the early 90s. But a perfect speed cushion in this case, if you drive the speed limit, it should be comfortable going over these.
Okay.
One of the ones I like is Bear Lake Road, for example. I think the road's posted 25. You drive over those at 25 miles an hour, it's comfortable. That's the intent.
I understand that we don't have a specific line item in our budget for speed cushions at this point, but certainly at some point in the future we may, and this board has been known to reallocate funds. I think an MSBU is an option for funding, but I wouldn't want to limit this program only to an MSBU environment. I would think that there would be some scenarios perhaps in the future where the board may feel compelled to participate in some funding, just depending on the circumstances. I hear regularly from people about speeding concerns, again, real or perceived, and I feel frustrated as their representative that we don't seem to have a solution for them. What we always seem to have to tell them is, I'm sorry, we don't have an alternative for you. Going to have to get the sheriff's office out there to do some traffic calming and some enforcement. I mean, that's the only thing that I can say to people right now is get someone from the traffic unit out there from the sheriff's office, and they get there when they can. But when you've got neighborhoods that for years and years and years have seeing people speeding down the roads, I just don't see how we can not at least have this as a permissible opportunity for them. And let's use English Estates as an example, right? Where the people who feel like they need sidewalks, for the most part, that I've been talking to, are saying that they need it because they feel like people might be speeding down their roads. Well, let's put some speed humps out there and stop the people from speeding down the roads, and then they don't need the sidewalks. That's just kind of like, are we fixing the right problem sometimes is what I'm concerned about. And I don't want to go through the hassle of creating a program that doesn't really solve the need or fulfill the need. So again, I'm for putting it in the toolbox. I'm for being flexible about what the funding source may be. I think the board funds it by funding it. If there's no funds in it this year, then you don't fund it. But I'd hate to see us not go down this path just because we're in a tough budget time right at this moment. That's my 2 cents.
So it sounds like if what I'm hearing consensus the board is, we want staff to bring this back to us as an agenda item with funding options.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fair analogy?
Well, maybe not funding options as much as a part of a program where an opportunity exists. I don't disagree with Commissioner Lockhart that it would be only used as a MSBU. I think there might be alternatives and opportunities that we would share in the cost, that we would do the whole cost. But I think it's not something that we want to say exclusively that it's just an MSBU or exclusively that the county will pay for it through taxes. I think we need to have as I said, full-blown opportunity in this toolbox that we can pick and choose if we see something that is necessary or needed. When I go and talk to homeowners associations, I many times suggest to them that if somebody says we've got speeding problems, I say, well, there is this program that we are looking at and working on, concerning speed cushions, and you might want to take a look at that. And as you might imagine, many of them say, oh, no, like Commissioner Zimbauer, we don't want this. Or they'll say, well, that's something to look at. And that's why we give, in many cases, whether we decide to share with it, whether it goes the MSBU route, I still believe that we would want to have that 65% voter approval for that particular area. But I think for the most part, this is going to be an MSBU program, but I don't want to just, as Commissioner Lockhart has indicated, exclusively say that's the only way it could be done. We could have at some point say, this is a necessary health, safety, and welfare situation, and we need to step up to the plate and contribute.
Sure, I understand. So again, I think what I'm hearing, we want staff to bring this back as an agenda item with options of funding, whether it be MSBU, whether it be from general funds, whether it be through the 1 cent sales tax, whatever it might be. I think what I'm hearing is the commission wants those options. Is that a fair analogy, what we want staff thus far to do? Okay. Commissioner Carey?
Well, so our MSBU ordinance has specific things in there that you can use MSBU funding for. So when the board we came up with a situation one time where subdivision walls became an issue. And people who lived in older subdivisions, the walls needed to be replaced. And of course, they couldn't afford to just pay it straight out. And so the board agreed that we would put subdivision walls in the MSBU program so that people could use that as a tool for them to get their subdivision walls rebuilt and pay for it over time. I think you have to do the same thing if you want to make this program available through MSBU. We need to just add that to the list of things that they could do. Originally it was just like street lighting, and then it became more things. And as we've needed to expand it over time, we've done that. But I think that, having, especially in the MSBU category, if my neighborhood is looking at that, we may not want speed humps at all. We may want to have the curbs pulled out and do some of these other things that are a little more expensive, like the mid-block choker and chicaning and things like that, because we don't want speed humps. So I think that, putting it out there, for communities to look at, and if it is as we see with the sidewalk program, okay, at English States, so same thing, it's in there because we were trying to put sidewalks near all the schools, and half the people don't want it and half the people do want it. So, now we have to decide what we're going to do. And that's a county paid for program. So I think that having tools available is great. I think that there are some things that we need to add to the MSBU option, like this, for example, but have it presented for the various different types of options, including the, whether it's asphalt or rubber cushions or what have you, and then let the communities decide what they're willing to pay for. If we're paying for it, they're going to, want probably, roundabouts and things of that nature, which probably aren't necessarily the best thing. But, like I said, I'm not a fan of speed cushions, but, some communities may want that. And they do certainly serve their purpose. In most cases, they'll definitely slow traffic down, as Commissioner Zimbauer said. Otherwise, if you have a low profile car, particularly, you're probably not even going to drive on that road if you can find an alternative road. So.
Amen. Okay, Clint, do we have anybody from the public that desires to speak on this item?
We have no raised hands.
Okay, seeing none. Does staff believe they have the direction that is needed from the commission to proceed?
I believe so. So we're looking to come back to the board with an agenda item, and I agree with Commissioner Carey of presenting an MSBU option for all traffic calming devices, not just the humps. Maybe there is a community that would like something else, the gateway or entry feature or median island, something like that. So just giving them the option, but again, limiting it to MSBU funding unless in the future there is county funding available. But as we know, I think it's not there now. So
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're clear, because I think what I'm hearing is we want MSBU to be one, but at the discretion of the board, should the board decide to fund it, otherwise would be one of the options as well.
okay.
Is that a fair analogy, fellow commissioners?
Yes. I don't think we need to draw ourselves into a box of MSBU only.
Right.
As we all know, at any given board meeting, if 3 of the board members decide they want to fund something and reallocate funds, that can happen. So why would we limit ourselves at this stage of the game? That's just someone may disagree with that, but
Agreed. So staff's clear?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll wrap that up. We appreciate your time, Mr. Wetzel, and bearing with us as we work through this and over the last year or so that we've been dealing with it. I know it's been a conversation much longer. So again, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break, be back here at noon. That's going to give us about 16, 17 minutes for us to take a quick break, and we'll come back and pick up on development services, item number 3 at noon. Okay, our next item up is item number 3, development services. This will be Land Development Code session number 2. It's going to be put on by Eliza Giuliano and Brian Kanan with Kanan Associates. Rebecca Hammock and Mary Mockowitz will be available for answering any questions we have. And Clint, do we have anybody from the public online to speak on this item?
Yes, sir. I do have a couple of hands raised.
Okay, if you would keep them, keep those folks in the queue and handy, so once we get through the presentation, we can bring those folks in.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we are ready for Kanan Associates. Are you folks ready to go?
Yes, we are.
Well, welcome.
Thanks for having us. Let me just share my slides and we'll get started.
Fantastic.
Okay. My name is Eliza Giuliano. I am an urban planner with Kanan Associates. We're just down the road in Orlando, and we have been working with your staff for the last several months on an update to the Land Development Code. We presented to you in June, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. As you may have noticed, I'm younger and more female than last time, so if that's throwing you off, don't worry. But we are working as a team here over at Kanan Associates to get you the best results.
I was going to say, for clarification for the public, we have a different presenter today.
So I want to talk to you today a little bit about the project process, just to give you a sense of where we are, as well as a brief summary of what we did last time and what's happened between this and the last meeting. And then we're going to focus on some specific areas of the Land Development Code that we're working on, because this is a big scope, and so we can't cover everything in one meeting. And we wanted to give some bite-sized pieces on things that we're ready to move forward. So this is an overview of the process. There's 4 basic steps. The first is reviewing the current regulations, and that comes with identifying some issues with the current regulations, maybe starting to make some recommendations, but really our full set of recommendations comes in stage 2. And then actually writing the new code language comes in phase 3. And you we don't anticipate that you would be voting to adopt anything until stage 4. So we're at the first stage of a 4-stage process. So there's going to be a number of times that this will come before you. In terms of the overall project, there's 3 main chapters. The Land Development Code actually includes many chapters for the members of the public who may not be aware. The 3 chapters we're focusing on are definitions, zoning regulations, which is probably the best known part of the Land Development Code, and it is a big part of the Land Development Code, and arbor regulations, which govern trees. Our scope does not include recommending changes to the comprehensive plan, which we're going to talk a little bit more about, and it does not include changing the zoning map, which means that we're not going to be changing where different zones are located within the county. There is the possibility that if we identify a conflict between the best practices we're trying to produce in the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan, we'll certainly make staff aware of that, but that's not our job here. So we spoke with you previously on June 23rd and discussed 4 big buckets of recommendations that we're approaching as part of this update. Bucket 1 is cleanup. The second is modernization. The third is compatibility. And the fourth is policy related. And I'm not going to go back through all of those because we talked about them at length last time. We wanted to reiterate some of what we heard from this body. We heard that there needs to be clear explanations for the public of what the difference is between comprehensive planning and zoning. We actually had a subsequent public input meeting between the last board meeting and this meeting. So we discussed that difference at length, and we have the possibility of including that in some of the text as well. But in very, very brief, the comprehensive plan is the state mandated guiding document that governs how land development happens within every jurisdiction in the state of Florida, but specifically Seminole County's comprehensive plan governs how that happens in Seminole County. And what we're working on, the Land Development Code, implements that vision. So it has to be compatible. It's legally required to be compatible with that vision that is set by the comprehensive plan. 2 things that we're not going to discuss in as depth today, but will come in the future, are defining mixed use with more detail, as well as defining affordable and workforce housing. So that's something that you would like to see in the future. In addition, we heard positive feedback on incorporating how shall we grow, as well as encouraging infill, transit-oriented development around sunrail stations and attainable housing, protecting the rural areas as well as historic areas, and providing transitions therein. You validated staff's observation that the planned development designation tends to be overused within the county. We also heard about open space and landscape, ranging from buffers to native plantings and stormwater runoff issues. And then in addition, we heard about energy efficiency, pop-up uses as it related to food trucks, maintaining flexibility within the code overall, and making sure that we don't overreact to problems that don't come up very often by changing the code. So we really tailor the changes in the code to how big the issue is. We also had public input. We actually had public input in addition prior, which we went over at the last meeting, but we had public input at that commission meeting as well as at the public meeting in the interim. And some of the things that were discussed in that, they also expressed that interest in maintaining rural areas as well as wildlife and land conservation. Again, similar to the board comments, we also heard about Florida-friendly landscapes and affordable housing, encouraging infill and redevelopment. We heard from the public about multimodal infrastructure, water quality. There were some questions around how this would affect golf course redevelopment, questions about what potential changes to plan developments might look like, and also a desire for more public input. And in fact, we've changed our public input schedule, as many projects have because of COVID, but there was always intended to be a public input meeting that happened after your board meeting rather than before because of the changes in coronavirus. So that was all looking backward. Looking forward, today what we're going to talk about is several focus areas. The first of those is kennels, The second is missing uses. The third is lake setbacks, arbor regulations, and then finally one approach to plan developments. And then staff is actually going to jump in and talk about accessory dwelling units. You'll see that, as I said, we're very early in the process, so some of these will have more detail than others. We're combining our recommendations as consultant with problems that have been identified by your wonderful planning staff over years leading up to this. So that's why things are at different levels of clarity at this point. We also wanted to mention that two things we mentioned in the previous conversation, 5G regulations and shoreline regulations, we wanted to clarify that those are being done by the county staff. And so we won't be talking about them in the future as those are being handled separately. So starting with kennels, this actually gets to be a very particular legal issue because it gets into how state law governs agricultural exemptions. The concern is particularly with kennels that are in some of the agriculturally zoned areas of the county. The broader issue is that there are residential homes, sometimes even subdivisions that are in agriculturally classified zones. So that creates some conflicts between, and this is where we talked about compatibility in the last section, some compatibility conflicts between those more residential areas and the agricultural uses. Kennels are a particular iteration of that because it's a use dealing with animals, it's covered by those agricultural exemptions, and so we can't enforce the noise regulations. So there have been some concerns about certain types of properties that are causing an issue that aren't covered by the current zoning. Now, the primary concern is those animal boarding type facilities that aren't classified as kennels, because kennels are governed as a special exception under the current code. And so if you can use that special exception criteria, then that does provide a reasonable process for dealing with some of these externalities, but there are some things that are slipping through. So the recommendation at this point is to revise the definition of kennels to make sure that it includes a little bit broader spectrum, such as facilities that aren't boarding animals for compensation. So that's a little bit complex for what seems like it should be a simple issue, but we just want to make sure that we're not creating compatibility issues because of an unintended loophole in the current kennel definition. Moving on to missing uses. So these are missing uses that have been identified to date. I think in the last session, we just said that there are some missing uses, so we wanted to go into a little bit more detail. Now that these have been identified, the next step will be to figure out which zones they would be appropriate in, as well as whether any of these uses require additional standards to make sure that they are compatible with whatever zones they're going into. So that's part of the next step, but the missing uses we've identified so far include assisted living facilities and also continuing care retirement communities. Food trucks or mobile food vendors, the same thing, just food trucks is the more commonly used term for that. Self-storage and warehouses, drive-through restaurants, solar farms, live-work units, which are a type of mixed use, and indoor manufacturing and distribution. We did want to note that there is a recently passed state law specifically around food trucks, and it basically says that you have to allow food trucks within your jurisdiction. You do have some ability to regulate where those food trucks can operate and their operational hours, but there are certain other limits to ways that you cannot regulate them. But from a zoning standpoint, they can be regulated in the standard ways you would regulate any other zoned use. Moving on to the next topic, lake setbacks. The concern here is maintaining natural lake views for homeowners and neighbors. And as we see people, for instance, installing fences or hedges that can block views for their neighbors, the fence regulations are intended to ensure that there's not undue there's not too much blocking of those views between neighbors and not creating conflicts where it's not necessary. The current practice, because the current code does not specify what the setbacks are for fences next to lakes, the staff has essentially been applying a 25-foot setback for pool enclosures, as that's a similar type of structure, to any fence that is over 3 feet. What we want to do as part of this code update is codify that, so staff isn't having to make that kind of interpretation, with some minor changes. The two changes that we'd recommend at this point being including hedges in that, because privacy hedge would essentially have the same impact as a privacy fence. And we also would revise the 3-foot height limit to 4 feet, because that relates to pool safety, the national standard for enclosing pools, so that they will essentially keep children out of a drowning hazard, is 4 feet rather than 3 feet. So we want to make sure we allow that, that 4-foot fence. Something else that is worth considering is whether different types of fences would be appropriate at different distances from the lake. For instance, fences that are essentially see-through, which we might refer to as an open fence, might be more appropriate closer to the lake rather than a full-on privacy fence. And you can think of an open fence being important, for instance, if you have pets and you want to keep them enclosed, you might need something higher than 4 feet to ensure that, but you could achieve that without blocking your neighbor's views to the lake. The best way to accomplish this is likely a little bit more detailed look at design guidelines, as there are so many different types of circumstances. Generally here we're talking about natural lakes, but we may also want to consider what's appropriate for significant man-made lakes, different lot sizes, different setbacks in different zones. So the ideal approach here would be to come up with a more detailed recommendation that would fall under design guidelines to deal with those different sorts of circumstances. Next up, arbor regulations. The state, another recently passed state law limits how localities can regulate trees. So we want to make sure that we're compatible with that. The current code does regulate how new development deals with existing trees, essentially, whether you have to replace them. But there are some opportunities to get closer to best practices and probably preserve more trees than the current code does. Where the state law comes into effect is essentially for single family properties. You are disallowed from requiring permits to remove trees on single family properties. So we don't want to come into conflict with that. However, the state law does allow you to require that before those trees are removed, there is a recommendation by a landscape architect or an arborist who's been certified, so that we're not taking down significant trees that are contributing to the county without some sort of professional recommendation. So getting into a little more detail about the tree ordinance, there are some current items in the existing code that are unusual and don't even necessarily comport with how business is done in the county right now. One of them is that this board of county commissioners is designated as the Seminole County Tree Committee and is tasked with doing what essentially in most arbor ordinances would be staff functions of identifying what types of trees need to be preserved and some detailed review of development proposals. So the recommendation from our shop is to either create a position of county arborist or assemble a staff committee that would essentially have that same knowledge to make those sort of recommendations. The current code requires a removal permit for any living tree, which is perhaps a little overzealous, because there are some types of trees that might need to be removed removed that would actually improve environmental outcomes, such as invasive trees that are not exempted under the current code. And there are trees of different sizes that have different values. The typical practice would be to specify a DBH, which is a diameter of breast height. That is the industry standard for how we identify larger trees. And it also makes sense to identify the types of trees which the county thinks are contributing. So specifying those in the code would allow the county to really focus on the types of trees that are important and contribute aesthetically and environmentally to the county. And also, it's important to include reasonable exemptions. I mentioned invasive species already, but also, for instance, if you have a nursery operation that is growing trees specifically to sell, you don't want them having to file tree removal permits for every tree. There are some other opportunities to better align with best practices as well, such as requiring a tree survey for any development project, changing the way those tree replacements are calculated to be a little bit easier to do on a cumulative basis by doing them on an inch per acre basis, or the replacement schedule, as well as making sure that the replacement schedule makes sense in terms of not requiring more trees that can reasonably be accommodated in a development. So right now, the code says that you would not require more than 250 trees per acre. We would recommend considering a maximum replacement on inches instead of number of trees. So you'll see us in a number of places recommending going from number of trees to inches, both because that's the industry standard and it provides a little more flexibility, but also prioritizes those bigger trees. In terms of prioritizing some of those bigger landmark trees, we also see a lot of counties putting in special requirements for very large trees. Usually these are ones that are over 24 inches or 36 inches at that breast height. These are really those large, for instance, specimen oak trees that you'd want to take extra care before thinking about taking them down, or if they are taken down, they need to have a more robust replacement. Some other details in the arbor regulations, and you can see this is something that we've gotten into in a little bit more detail. There are specific fine amounts that are listed per tree removed in the code. The best practice would be to not to specify that dollar amount in the code, as then you have to update the ordinance every time there's a change. One of the other issues is that tree fund currently isn't set up to allow for mitigation of tree removal with fees. Instead, it's only set up to allow for fining people who violate the ordinance. So we'd recommend allowing for tree fund deposits for other purposes as well. So that was a lot of detail. Now we're going to go into.
I'm sorry. Can we ask a question before we move on to the next topic? Is that
Sure.
possible?
If the
I mean, there's a lot
presenter is okay.
So I kind of don't want to wait till we go through all these other things and come back to trees again, if possible.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay. So I kind of want to get clarity in my head as we're talking about the arbor regulations. Are these going to be applied equally to existing residents and single family homes, or what, residential properties, or is this only to new development? Help me with that.
Sure. We actually have our landscape architect on the phone. I'm not sure if he's able to present, but if you see Greg Witherspoon and you can allow him to speak, that would be great. But in the meantime, this is really focused on new developments. In fact, state law doesn't allow you to regulate single family properties, as I mentioned. So the focus is really on new development or significant renovations.
Okay, I thought I read that state law now allowed us to regulate, not that I'm saying I would want to, but if with the designation of a certified arborist, so clarify that for me.
Sure. So it's kind of a weirdly written, if I do say myself as a non-attorney. Essentially, you cannot, my understanding is that you cannot require evidence of a certified arborist's sign off before they remove the tree, but you can go ask for evidence that they had a certified arborist sign off after the tree is removed. So they specifically say you can't require them to replace the tree, you can't require them to file a permit before removing the tree, but that they have to go and get that certified arborist or landscape architect to sign off before they remove the tree. So honestly, that's something that we do have. We have an opinion on file from your attorneys, but there are some very specific limits to what you can do there. And sorry, if staff wanted to jump in there.
And I can't, and just so everybody knows, I can't see but 4 individuals. So it's hard for me to recognize my fellow commissioners when I don't have them all up here.
Commissioner Zimbauer, if I could jump in, if I
yes, please.
Just for clarification, for the record, Rebecca Hammock, Development Services Director. And just for a point of clarification, our code currently already exempts single-family residential lots that are less than 5 acres from our arbor regulations. So once a subdivision is developed, built, the lots are sold, the property owner is then exempt from our arbor regulations and does not require a permit to remove trees from their property.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understood that staff and the consultant's recommendation was not that we were now going to start requiring the form from the arborist for certifying if people wanted to take out a tree on their personal property.
Yeah, so I think the way that it's written, I think it would be in a circumstance where somebody, like a neighbor, questioned that their neighbor took down a tree. And if, the county could then go afterwards and request some documentation from an arborist or landscape architect demonstrating that that tree was diseased or dying and could be removed.
Okay, but and I feel like I'm not understanding entirely here. If a neighbor calls right now and says, hey, my next door neighbor just took down a tree, you said we don't currently have.
That's correct. So if you're under 5 acres, then they're exempt. So then that's what we would tell that neighbor. We would say, well, they're exempt from our arbor code. They don't require a permit, and that would be the end. But if they were on a lot larger than 5 acres, then I think that's where the state law would come into play.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I think, and I want to make sure I understand this as well. I think the intent of this is what we often find is maybe 15 years ago, a subdivision was approved, and it was approved with a certain amount of barrier between the surrounding properties, and it was approved with a certain caliper size tree or X number of trees that now somebody has gone in and either not maintained or decided they didn't want that hedge between this development and the next door development. And those people may still be around. They start calling going, hey, I remember when y'all approved this 15 years ago, it said that those trees had to remain between my home and the new development. Is this going to help with that issue?
So our recommendation as the consultant would be to require for trees of a certain size, the sign off from that certified arborist or landscape architect, so that you don't have that effect that Commissioner Zimbauer mentioned, where you approve a subdivision that has a lovely tree canopy, and then over time that there's attrition of that by individual homeowners. But of course, we're at the behest of the commission on what your direction is up there.
Because I know if y'all remember, my fellow commissioners, we've recently, in some of these, when we've had requests from the community to maintain certain types of buffer between an incoming new development versus what exists, in the development order, we've put language in there that says you must maintain the existing, and if that existing is damaged by hurricane or disease or what have you, that you must replant reasonably what was there, type scenario. Commissioner Carey?
Yeah, so for those setback areas in new development, so let's say we've had a couple where they had a 50-foot setback requirement to remain natural. I mean, trees are going to die. I'm sitting here looking out my kitchen window, and I live in a subdivision that's 50 years old, and all these trees were here beforehand. And I have large, beautiful oak trees, and some of them are on the decline at this point. And so, you know, as trees age out, they need to be removed in order for the healthy ones to survive. Otherwise, they fall and take down 2 or 3 others with them. So, so I just think that, you know, maybe if it's a subdivision and there's a buffer area, most of those are in some type of homeowners association controlled environment. And so a resident themselves shouldn't be taking down a tree. But based on the law and what I heard him just say, so let's say we all live in a subdivision where the lots are an acre, and I've bought my home and lived here, and now I'm going to take down a tree out of my backyard. That's nobody's business but mine, and I don't have to get a permit according to the state law. Is that correct, Rebecca?
Yes.
Okay. So the ones that are in the buffer areas and the setback zones are protected because they're in the HOA documents to be maintained?
Yes, so normally our buffers that are part of new subdivision plans are within a tract. And
right.
Those are usually under the ownership and maintenance of a homeowners association. Right. And in addition, you know, we require opacity ratings for those buffers. So if you are using existing landscaping, you're still required to maintain a certain opacity. So if trees do die, and you know the neighbor next door or the residents of that subdivision notice that the buffer is no longer, you know, a healthy opaque buffer, then they could say to the county, you know, this buffer doesn't look like it is meeting the requirements of the approved landscape plan. Then we could review that and say, okay, it doesn't look like it's meeting the opacity rating, and we could require new landscaping to be installed.
And that would be at the expense of the homeowners association.
Correct.
Because it's their responsibility to maintain it.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. And remember, I think earlier this year or late last year, we had a situation, I believe in Commissioner Carey's district, that the HOA was now defunct. It had fallen apart. Nobody could own up to whose responsibility it was, although things were in a development order many years ago. And we had residents coming in saying, well, wait a minute, those trees were there and that was an agreement, but now there's no HOA that's viable that's supposed to take care of that. Now we're dealing with a particular single property owner that says, well, if there's no HOA, I'm not going to let these trees die and fall, and nor am I going to replant them. I'm going to take them down so they don't fall in my backyard, and I'm under no obligation to replant them. So I think we've got to look at it very closely to make sure that we're not violating the state statute, but also for these occasions where we may have a subdivision that the HOA no longer exists for whatever reason.
Well, I think the state law now, and now we have mandatory homeowners association. So if there's a new development, it has a mandatory homeowners association. In the case of old subdivisions where the homeowners associations are voluntary, like my association here is voluntary, it's not mandatory. But, you know, we continue to have a homeowners association and we file our stuff with the state and all of that kind of stuff. So in older subdivisions are going to fall under a different set of rules than the new stuff. The new stuff is, you know, it's going to be protected because of the mandatory HOAs and all of those type of things. And it's a rare occasion, I would say, that we have a situation. Usually the calls that my district gets about trees is if I go out and I cut down that big oak tree because it's starting to decline and I don't want it to fall and take down 2 other oak trees, you know, and then somebody sees me and then they call and say, oh my gosh, she's cutting down a huge, beautiful, big old oak tree. Well, that's the kind of calls that we get. And it's not necessarily about stuff that's in a tract or those type of things. So sometimes we have to be careful how we write stuff because of the unintended consequences.
Agreed. Okay. Any other inquiries on this topic with the presenters? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I was going to wait until the end, but if we're going to talk about these at each time, because I had a question about kennels. So do you want to wait till the end now to talk about that?
I mean, if everybody's okay waiting to the end, if they can write their questions down and come back and revisit, but if you'd rather do it during the course, what's the flavor of my fellow commissioners?
We don't have too many more, so I'll wait and go back to it at the end.
And I'm fine with that as well.
Mr. Chairman, if we go back, we can wait to the end if you advantageous, I believe.
Okay. All right. Very good. Elisa, if you'll proceed, please. Thank you.
And this is the last topic, so that endpoint will be fairly soon, at least in terms of what the consultant is talking about. Staff will then be talking about accessory dwelling units. So whether you want to take a break between those is, I guess, up to you, Chairman.
Okay.
So in terms of the plan development approach, a little bit of what we talked about last time, we think as a consultant that plan developments provide a lot of value to counties in Florida because they provide flexibility for both developers and the county to innovate and deal with unique sort of situations. They also provide the opportunity for the county to dialogue with developers to get to a better outcome. However, they're not the best solution to every situation. They require more staff time from county staff, which we know is valuable. They also provide more upfront costs to developers, which in and of itself, I'm sure some folks wouldn't mind, but very often those costs get passed on to people who are buying homes in that development. And we know that the county is concerned about affordability of housing. They can also reduce predictability. So if there's something that is similar coming in over and over and using the plan development mechanism, you want to make sure you're treating all of those developers or landowners the same. And having a defined process or defined set of standards is preferable than going through a new PD every time and having to kind of recreate the same standards. And that's where if you have a known issue, dealing with it through a code, new code standards rather than the plan development mechanism is typically preferable. So the general recommendations are to address overuse by allowing some flexibility in existing zones, as well as putting a little bit more detail on the goals and standards within the plan development ordinance. We're going to focus on the first thing today, which is one way that additional flexibility could be provided within existing zones. So we did an analysis based on feedback that some of the most frequent plan developments are in response to properties that are zoned either R1 AAA, R1 AA, R1A, or R1, and wanting to deviate slightly from those standards, usually by going to somewhat smaller lot sizes, but still well within the density that's permitted by the comprehensive plan for that piece of property. And in looking at the zoning versus the comprehensive plan, typically the realistically achievable number of units under a given zoning is substantially lower than what is ostensibly permitted by the comprehensive plan. So these are some vacant properties that fall under those zoning categories within the county. And so one solution to this problem is to allow for a mix of lot sizes within some of these existing zones. So we looked at work that we've previously done within the city of Winter Park. and analyzed how mix of lot sizes might, what kind of result you might get from a mix of lot sizes. And here we have a mix of 50 and 60-foot lots, 70 and 80-foot lots, and lots that exceed 80 feet, all within one community. This is called Pennsylvania Place. And this is what that looks like on the ground. So this is a very high value community within Winter Park. It has that mix of lot sizes, and we think that that mix actually contributes to rather than detracts from the value of the community. Now, the other thing that's part of this development is high quality public realm. So for instance, street trees and landscaping that support that mix of different home types. So just a few more pictures from that community. And you can see the wonderful, as we were just talking about, tree coverage that was part of the approval for this project. And in this case, you actually see that there are different lot sizes across the street from each other, and it doesn't seem to create any issues, in large part because the streetscape is consistent because of that street tree requirement. So we took that concept and put together this idea of a residential neighborhood pattern zone on a typical 10-acre parcel. And so we applied that mix of lot sizes to a theoretical parcel to see what it might look like. And we also looked at that public realm piece, which is the trees, the sidewalk, and the street, and how those are part of that community design. Of course, in Florida, we always have to deal with retention, so we included that as well. And that retention pond is amenitized so that it has a walkway around it and becomes an open space for the community as well. So the idea is that allowing the flexibility on lot sizes, there would also be design requirements that would improve the outcome, so that as you're giving some flexibility on the lot sizes and allowing there to be some smaller lot sizes, the major concern about aesthetics and about property values would be supported by those design guidelines, ensuring that there really is a quality outcome. You can also see in this case that there are trees around the edge of the property up against existing lots to ensure that there's a green scape between the existing lots and the proposed lots. So that is just one approach to addressing plan developments. There are some other questions related to plan developments that we'll deal with in future sessions. But we think that is addressing one of the major overuse opportunities in plan developments. So that concludes my portion of the presentation.
Thank you very much. We'll go to first to our commission. Has any questions regarding today's portion, which is the kennels, missing uses, lake setbacks, arbor regulations, PD approach, and then we'll move into the dwellings with our staff. Commissioner Carey.
So on the kennels, you know, as more and more people own pets, and as more and more pet daycares pop up for people that are working in those type of stuff, I know that many of them offer grooming and boarding and all of that type of stuff. So I think that we need to be careful when we address that to make sure that we aren't putting them in such a category that they're not convenient or not in close proximity to where people work and live. So, you know, as we look at some of these things, maybe sound requirements in construction or setbacks from the boundary of the properties and things like that, I think are important, because those are convenience type things, just like daycare would be for a child. So I wanted to put that out there. Also, I noticed in your example on the PDs where you've got tree plantings between the back of the curb and the sidewalk. Let's just remember that planting oak trees or other large root invasive trees between the back of the curb and the sidewalk is not a good idea. It is fine for the first 20 years, and after that, it's either busting up the sidewalk or busting up the curb, or the tree is dying because it really wasn't intended to be in that kind of a space. So let's make sure that when we're writing our codes that we require proper placement of the species as well. If you're going to plant it between the, back of the curb and the sidewalk, you need more than 3 feet. So let's not be short-sighted here, because that's a lot of what we deal with now, is where, it was kind of like the landscaping around the lakes that we had that conversation. We require people to put grass all the way down to the lake edge. And then when it fertilizes it and it impacts the lake, now we got a problem, but we were the cause of the problem. So we've talked about looking at our land development code, and we need to make sure we look at it as it applies to trees and these ideas for PDs and plantings and streetscaping and all of that type stuff.
And I think that's where a committee or an certified arborist on staff may be a benefit to those kinds of recommendations with tree species.
Landscape architect should certainly be able to provide that information, and the consultant, or Canaan consultant, has a landscape arborist on their staff.
Right.
Again, I just think that as we look at our codes and we start looking at changing them, because we talked about the landscaping around lakes a long time ago, and we've not ever really brought anything back. So as we're looking at this stuff, I just want everybody to remember that they need to think about what it is that you're asking them to do, because unintended consequences are what we're dealing with now with the water bodies, where people are fertilizing down to the water's edge, and then it's causing blooms in the water body. So let's just get smarter about it.
Okay. Anyone else? Commissioner Lockhart. You're muted. I'm sorry.
I know. I'm looking for my mouse. It's hiding on. Anyway, I got it. So on the kennel situation, I went back and read the Florida statute and did a little more digging just to try to get a better handle on it. And when it talks about the noise from animals, whether they be dogs or some other type of animal, what I'm picking up on is that it's exempt if it's a part of in support of a bona fide farming operation, not just if it exists on a piece of ag property. So have we looked at that? Because I went back and I read the statute definition of farm, and the situations that we seem to be having issues with are not farms. Has anybody looked at that?
Well, I can tell you that question absolutely comes up more often than not that Commissioner Lockhart's referring to. And the language in the statute is very clear that says a bona fide farming or agricultural operation, meaning that they are engaged as an agricultural or farming business. And I've brought this up in several occasions. Many times you can tell this just by their IRS filings, which most farmers file their agricultural exemption through their IRS tax forms.
Yeah, so, I really don't want to get into seeing people's tax returns, but the property appraiser certainly does have an operation where they go out and they identified whether or not there is a legitimate ag. Well, they do.
Well, yeah.
You know, so I'm just saying that I think we maybe could look at this a little differently, because it's obvious to me that some of these locations don't have a bona fide farming operation going on, and yet they're claiming that they're exempt and that they can allow the bad behavior and the disruption because they're on an ag piece of property, and that's not what the statute says. Of course, I'm not a lawyer, but it was pretty clear.
Yeah.
So staff had looked at this before, and I'd have to get direction from the county attorney's office, because we had been advised previously that as long as you were zoned agriculture, that any animal was exempt from the noise ordinance. So that's why we were looking for sort of, a way around that to be able to regulate, large numbers of animals, domestic animals on agricultural property. Because I agree, I don't think the intent of that was to exempt, domesticated animals. I think it was probably for agricultural, for livestock animals. But my understanding was that it was any animals. But if that's not correct, we'll have to go back and reevaluate that, because if that's the case, then that solves the issue.
Well, I mean, just reading, this is 823.14. It says it's the purpose of this act to protect reasonable agricultural activities conducted on farmland. So it's not, I mean, and then it goes on to define a farm. A farm means land, building, support facilities, machinery, and other appurtenances used in the production of farm products. So, you know, I think, again, I'm not the attorney. Y'all don't pay me to be the attorney, but, and it goes on to define farm operations, talking about honeybees, apiculture, roadside stands.
And you have the same issue with agritourism. What is agritourism? Very similar. Let's see Mr. Applegate wanting to weigh in. Mr. Applegate?
I'm physically raising my hand because, Mr. Chairman, you haven't seen, when I click on raising hand, I guess you don't see it. But a couple things on what we're talking about now. It does need clarification. The A1 zone does need clarification because courts look at that as agricultural. There is an enforcement problem with it. And I mean, I'll go back to what Commissioner Carey has said many times in meetings. At least my desk, I don't get a lot of complaints about barking dogs in agricultural zones. And then it becomes a question of the sheriff and code enforcement deciding whether or not they're going to cite the owner for that. So it does need clarification. There's no doubt about that. And on the tree, if I could just chime in, because there is trouble, I'm trying to raise my hand. I'll go out on a limb and say that in the memo that we pointed out on the arbor law, there are several cases right now throughout Florida challenging the law and its applicability in certain circumstances. And I think before we ever get to the point of adopting comprehensive regulations, we're going to have some guidance from the courts on what we can and cannot do.
Okay. All righty. Any more inquiries by the commission? All right. Before we move on to the next one, Clint, do we have anybody from the public
Yes,
that wishes to speak on this item?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Would you bring the first one in, please? It looks like we have Alan Sutton. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, Mr. Sutton, if you would, for the record, your name and address.
Yes, my name is Alan Sutton. I live at 122 Fairway Ton Drive in the Deer Run PD.
Very good. We're here today to take your input on the presentation and the topic that was presented today by the presenter. Please comment on what you want to comment on, sir.
Yes, sir. I was just joining to state that if there are any proposed changes that are involved with this, as far as the required green space percentage for PDs, that I wanted to voice my opposition to any changes with regard to those ordinances, and just in general state that, you know, a lot of these proposed changes are obviously meant to make it easier, not harder, for folks like Canaan Associates and, you know, architecture firms and developers to come in and build things, which is obviously their intent, and I don't blame them for it. But we have quite a bit of development going on around here in Seminole County, and our slogan is that we're Florida's natural choice. And if we go and pave over every square foot of usable land in our county, then we're basically nullifying our status as Florida's natural choice. We move here for a reason, so that we could be away from places like Orange County and Orlando and places where everything is cramped and everybody's smashed into one place. So things like making it easier to cut trees down and things of that nature are antithetical to that premise. So basically that was more or less what I wanted to say, is that, you know, if you would think about the residents of Seminole County, not necessarily just an architecture firm or a builder or anybody like that in your decisions, because we are your constituents and Kane & Associates is not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. And just to be clear, do we have someone from Kane still on the line?
Absolutely.
Are you in the process of running a development company or a building company or anything like that?
We're a design and planning firm, so we represent both public and private clients for different design projects. I'm not aware that we currently have any projects in Seminole County, but you know, we hope that our experience on both sides of the fence helps us to communicate issues that arise from
Maybe
both
that was a bad question. You're not a builder or developer of homes, are you?
No, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that. Okay. Clinton, next caller, please. I don't have a name, so caller who, up there, we maybe have it. Gray Wilson, are you on the line?
He's
Clint?
not recognized.
And we have an unidentified caller.
Hello.
Ending in 674.
Oh, did you call me, Gray Wilson?
Gray, if you're on the line, you have something to add to this discussion?
Yeah, thank you. I was muted for some reason and everything dropped off, but thank you. Gray Wilson, 1125 Broadgate Lane, Lake Mary. Thank you for letting me comment. I found it ironic that we had an example of a city of Winter Park being presented for a county, and the cities, especially when it comes to recreation. I think my conversations with Commissioner Carey is that, and I think she knows my feeling on this, is that parks and recreation for infills are much needed in the area. And the county's position seems to be that we do big projects like soccer fields. And I was glad to see, at least in that example, that they showed some recreation in a pretty small neighborhood. I also wasn't clear if that was a neighborhood that was an enclosed development with its own HOA, or it was a pass-through example because it looked enclosed. And I thought the county really was looking for examples that if it was not a development to itself, that we don't necessarily not make it contiguous with other streets. So I'm not sure if that was such a great example. Trees, I think the answer to trees along sidewalks is change your design of sidewalks. Sidewalks don't have to be straight. They can curve around. I think I lived in, when I lived in Lake Forest actually accommodates trees. They have redesigned their sidewalks so they aren't straight, and they save trees. And so I think you can accommodate large trees by redesigning. We are now at a stage in the county where we are building more dense areas, at least in my section, north of Heathrow, that are more dense than the cities around us. And I am concerned that we're not providing enough recreation for those many infills. And I think that I'm not seeing that addressed. I don't like and I don't know where all these fit in. The last meeting, for some reason, I couldn't get on. I'm on Zoom quite a bit, but for some reason I couldn't come on. But just in general, I wanted to state that what I've seen in a couple of developments and through the planning and zoning are a couple issues that they're trying to address, but I think they really need clarification, and maybe it's going to go into the codes on whether or not they can deviate from current codes, because they're making recommendations or being asked to make recommendations that even come from staff, that things like parking waivers and shared parking, which increases density if you allow that, and then reducing parking spaces, something as simple as that really has a great effect on the density that you're allowing. And so pretty much I think they should stay within the standard. So whatever standard that you folks set and you decide is what we need to proceed with, and not make too many exceptions from it. I'm not seeing things addressed like how do you get to the mass transportation centers. I don't see much about how we're going to get over to the rail systems with the bus systems and transportations, and with these high density areas going in. I mean, heck, we got a 4-story apartment complex being considered on International Parkway.
So, Mr. Wilson, I don't know if
whatever over to transportation centers. So,
Mr. Wilson,
yeah,
I hate to interrupt you, but we've run on your time. But I would invite you. I don't know if you caught the very first part of this. This is an ongoing process. We're in the first phase. Mm-hmm. This is going to go on for some time till we get to the final phase.
Right.
And we would invite you and encourage you to engage in each one of the work sessions for any specific items. Some of the items that you've brought up haven't quite been addressed yet or considered in the scope of work that this commission's heard of from the consultant. And I'm sure they will be at a future date. And we very much would love to hear from you at that time.
Okay, well, what I and it's hard to guess what they're going to present, but I appreciate you listening. Maybe it'd be better to put a couple things in a little packet, and just a couple bullet things on a page for you to consider. So thanks very much.
Great, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Be well.
Okay.
Okay, Clint, do we have anyone else?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have phone number ending in 228 with no name attached. If you'll identify yourself, please.
My name is Dr. Deborah Bauer, and good afternoon to Chairman Zimbauer and the commissioners.
If we could have your address, Doctor, please.
Yes, 423 Eagle Circle, Castleberry, Florida, 32707.
Great, welcome, and please proceed.
I first became aware of the county's efforts to revise the land development code when county staff asked for public comment to be sent via email to them in mid-June 2020. I subsequently participated in a public comment work session with county staff and the Canaan Associates consultants via Zoom on July 21st, 2020. In the course of examining the initial presentation prepared by Canaan Associates, and then after reading specific recommendations regarding changes proposed to the plan development zoning in the LDC, I became concerned that one of the recommendations suggested a reduction in the current standard that requires a minimum of 25% open space to be maintained in plan development zonings. During that work session, I asked why this recommendation had been made. The answer I received was that the consultant felt that the 25% open space requirement was too complicated and usually made the development process, quote, harder and, quote, more expensive for the applicant. I oppose the idea of reducing the 25% open space requirement in the plan developing zoning standard of the Land Development Code. It is true that the LDC is something that should be updated and revised to meet the current needs of the county. However, changing the plan development open space requirement will not serve the citizens of Seminole County. I feel the 25% open space provides certain safeguards for future generations of Seminole County residents. These zoning standards can affect people decades after the zoning is implemented, as has been the case in the plan development where I live in Deer Run, which was created in 1971. By reducing the open space requirement, as has been suggested, grievous harm will be done to Seminole County residents. A reduction in the required open space percentage will allow more development and possibly result in higher density construction in areas that are currently open or green space. It will also reduce the safeguards residents who live in planned developments have when facing new construction projects in their PDs. During the public comment work session, county staff and the consultants also stated their belief that revising the PD standards would make it easier for other mixed-use zoning designations to be developed. I do not believe the existence of newer revised mixed-use zoning designations have to impact the planned development zoning designation. One zoning designation should not be used to justify the creation or modification of another. Seminole County has faced an unexpected boom in land development in recent years. I believe the residents of Seminole County and the Commission must be custodians of Seminole County's bountiful natural resources. We are the way to ensure that Seminole County remains Florida's natural choice. Responsible development, only when necessary, can improve the county and make it an even more wonderful place to live than it already is. However, I do not believe it is the responsibility of the Land Development Code or the Commission to make development easy for developers. I implore the Commission to reject this recommendation to reduce the 25% open space requirement that is currently included in the consultant's changes to the LDC as it relates to the plan development standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. We appreciate your comments. Okay. Any other callers, Clint?
Yes, sir.
Okay, bring them in, please. Welcome, Ms. Shaddix. I think you're unmuted. If you would state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Katrina Shaddix, 1133 Covington Street, Oviedo, Florida, 32765. Thanks for having this platform so we could be involved and engaged in this very important issue today. First off, I agree 100% with Dr. Deborah Bauer regarding allowing no reduction of required open space. And that was going to be my first question because I attended the candidate forum last week at Save Deer Run, and that was one of the questions.
Ms. Shaddix,
Yes.
I must warn you, this is not a place for political statements or any political or politicizing. If you want to speak directly to the items, please move forward.
All right, and I wasn't going to do that, but thanks for the heads up. At the candidate forum last week, one of the questions was concerned a reduction of reducing the open space. But this morning we received an email from Mrs. Hammock stating that the county staff nor the consultant are proposing a reduction in the open space percentage requirements as part of the LDC amendment. So I was wondering if you could confirm, is that no longer an option? Is it not being talked about? And is there a chance that if it has been removed from current discussion, is there a chance that it could be brought up? And I know you can't answer that right now, so maybe at a future date or later in this meeting, if you can confirm that it is no longer an option, not being discussed, or if it could be possibly brought up in a future workshop, I would appreciate that. 2, regarding the solar farms that were mentioned, I very much opposed trees being torn down to build the solar array farms. I'm seeing this happening all over the state, and it's just appalling. Tearing down our natural carbon filters and carbon sinks are not required to produce and thrive on solar power. Seminole County has thousands of acres of existing impervious surfaces where solar farms and arrays should be erected, which I would strongly recommend being first and foremost the massive expansive mall parking lots that have been getting more and more empty over the years. Also erecting covered parking structures with solar panels on top in the business parking lots and other is another easy, smart, and responsible alternative to tearing down trees for solar farms. These 2 ideas would create jobs, save trees, support ethical capitalism, and strengthen our local economy. The last thing I wanted to speak on was the very important to keep the code requiring a removal permit for any living tree, because as soon as you start giving exceptions to this requirement, people and developers will exploit the loopholes and will do damage that can't be reversed or mitigated, especially by the developers who have a nasty habit in this county of causing flooding by turning a forest into a sandlot, then building cookie cutter McMansions and sticking tiny young trees that will take 50 years to grow into the size of the trees previously living on that space that provided the shade, reduced heat, and prevented the flooding. I hope I can be engaged in future workshops, and I hope that these items that I brought up today are put down in record to be included in future workshops. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaddix. Be well.
Thanks, you too.
Clint, we have any other callers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please bring them in. Good afternoon, Ms. Milch. Welcome. If you would state your name and address for the record, please, and then continue.
Gabrielle Milch, 252 Cobble Drive, Longwood, Florida. And I'd like to thank you commissioners today for holding this work session. And I have just a couple comments about the shoreline issues. It seems to be more of an aesthetic to not impact the views. And I don't think, like Commissioner Carey suggested, that there was anything regarding the plantings along the shoreline. And I see that the staff is working on some ordinances shoreline, but that might not be connected to the development component in the land development code. So I had some concerns that it was not addressing water quality and that the scope of the area would be too narrow, and it would just be serving the aesthetic and not the water quality and quantity issue. As far as the tree ordinance, it's unfortunate that the legislature has passed a bill that requires anybody with under 5 acres can remove trees at any time. But I don't think I saw on the introduction slide, there was some mention of Florida friendly landscaping, and I did not hear any discussion about that today. And Florida friendly landscaping is an important issue, but it really boils down to the irrigation systems. And so in the land development code, in the requirements of the plan unit developments, in the flexibility, perhaps there could be discussion about less irrigation systems for the aesthetic as well, because that impacts the water quality and quantity and causes the unintended consequences of water pollution. Irrigation systems, you can plant Florida friendly, but if you water them with your irrigation system unfriendly, then it's kind of a good aspect of it. Otherwise, in the Florida friendly, I wish we could hear more about that in the future, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Milch. Be well.
Thank you.
Okay, Clint, we have others?
No, sir.
Okay, seeing none. Any further comments from staff or from our commission? Commissioner Lockhart?
So I want to ask our consultant or staff to go back to the recommendation of the mixed lot size solution. While we see PDs ad nauseum and we feel that they're being overused, I personally haven't felt that they're being used because they're asking for a variety of lot sizes. So I'm wondering if someone can explain to me why they think this is a solution to reduce the number of PDs or to make it. I don't know that I'm following how that particularly helps. Need someone to spell it out a little more clearly for me, I think.
No, and I agree with you. I think that a lot of times we have requests for PDs because the trend now is to go to 50-foot, 60-foot wide lots. So unless a developer was willing to do the mix of lot sizes as Eliza presented, then that really wouldn't resolve that issue. I agree, but I don't know if Eliza can speak more to that. But I think what the consultant is proposing is that be an option, that we may provide that as, another option in the code if a developer would like to, develop in that way instead of going through the PD process. But I think currently the market trend is they all want to have one lot size unless we make them do otherwise.
Right. Yeah. Because currently under PD, if they had this grand desire to make lot sizes of varying widths, they could do that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I'm curious to hear what some other recommendations might be. What I'm seeing is that developers are bringing in the PD because they can become more creative with their open use requirement. usage. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure that I understood what it was we were trying to accomplish with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd like staff to speak about that last comment about more open space. PD.
Creatively use their open space.
No, I understand. PD, some of the problems why we've had so much PD is because of the code. And in PD, we actually have more control over what actually occurs versus straight zoning. We can negotiate and ask for things that we otherwise could not ask or demand the developer do. So I'd like staff to comment on that real quick. Then we'll go to Commissioner Carey.
Sure. So currently in the PD, the minimum open space requirement is 25%. Staff is not recommending that that be reduced. There are comments in the white paper that 25% probably isn't utilized the best way it can be because it's put in buffer tracks, so it doesn't become common usable open space. The consultant also did make a recommendation as part of a proposed new zoning category for mixed use, that if a new zoning category were created, that they may not require that much open space as the current PD zoning designation, but we're not proposing to reduce that open space requirement in the planned development zoning district.
Commissioner Carey, then Mr. Applegate, then Mr. Galari.
The reason that you see so many PDs is because staff has encouraged people to apply for PDs for years because of the ability to negotiate both ways. On a straight zoning, there is no requirement for any open space. It's just a straight, I can have 4 units per acre and I don't have to do anything extra. I don't have to have open space. I don't have to have special tracks. I don't have to do any of that. And so I think that historically, staff has encouraged the PD because it probably does at the end of the day create a nicer development than a straight zoning development. Because again, if you wanted to have a special entry, you could probably get the developer to agree to that, where they don't have to do that in a straight zoning. So sometimes we're the result of our own encouragement. On the mixed use issue, though, mixed use is a use that will occur in infill urban areas, already densified, not a lot of trees. And so having, more open space in, quote, high density urban areas, it just doesn't make any sense. It just it's counterproductive to the high density discussion. So I think that if you want to look at how do you fix some of the things that we've seen, you look at how the language is written on the PD about the 25% open space. We're the ones that allow them to, do silly stuff. I always say it's the silly stuff. It's the mulch track around the bank of the retention pond. That's the recreation area. Okay. As soon as the grass comes up through the mulch part, it's done, and so people don't use it because it's not maintained. So like I said, we need to look at how we require things to be used, not necessarily rewrite the code, in my view.
And to that point, that's one of the reasons why in the last session, and I'm glad that the consultant and staff brought it up, is educating the public on the difference between the comp plan, zoning, and what these categories are, because, many times, as Commissioner Carey just articulated, a developer can come in with straight zoning, and we can't control anything. They're allowed to do that. They can walk in the door and build those houses right up to the edges with zero green space, zero buffer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But in a PD, we can control that. So I would concur that, that is something we really need to look at and helping people understand, because I get the sense that the general public, or at least some of them, believe, regardless of the zoning category, regardless of what is done, that somehow we can mandate X amount of green space. Straight zoning, we cannot.
And the same is true for our commercial PDs.
Correct.
got a straight commercial zoning, you can go in and build, you know, whatever that classification allows, and you don't have to do anything. It's really to the benefit of the public when they come in for a PD 9 times out of 10 to actually, because we get more out of that than we get out of a straight zoning development, in my opinion.
Agreed. Mr. Applegate?
From an affordable housing dinosaur, I can tell you that the different lot sizes is something that we encouraged around the country. Because in fact, we use a video of a neighborhood in Maryland that had different lot sizes, and you could not tell the affordable house from the expensive house. So it does create a lot of opportunities, particularly now that, you know, we're going to be talking about impact fee waiver and reduced water and sewer impact, or connection fees, possibly, those kind of things. So it's just, that was a point that we made around the country, that approving a development with different lot sizes with the right landscaping is one of the solutions. It's kind of like that piece of the puzzle where several pieces come together.
Commissioner Delory?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for the record, I believe I heard staff saying that we're not looking at reducing the open space. Is that correct, Rebecca?
That's correct. We're not proposing a reduction in open space to the planned development zoning district.
Thank you. I would like to get some definition on the when we go to mixed use, because there's been a lot of times where people have gone to mixed use and they just have one small lot or maybe two small lots. And I'd like to know what actually constitutes mixed use. Because I've been told a couple of times that we have really no definition of what a mixed use development is. And once you put in a small or two small lots, it can constitute mixed use.
And I think that,
what? Keep going.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. And I think that's something we would like direction on from the board. There are comp plan policies, and there is a future land use designation for mixed use. However, it has not been implemented through the land development code. So part of the recommendations in the white paper is to implement the comprehensive plan by also creating a mixed use designation within the land development code. And that's what we'd like some direction on. What type of mix of land uses? Is it a percentage based on square footage, based on acreage, that type of thing? I do think that's something that we need to discuss.
I would agree. As we look at these different types of examples, instead of just doing it verbally, I'd like to see pictorial some examples, because the example that we have in front of us right now is lot sizes anywhere from 50, 60, and 70, and there's even some 80 lot size lots. I'd like to get some examples, because we hear all the time that people want to do small lots. So I want to make sure that if we're doing multiple lot sizes, what are those examples that we're going to be looking at? One of the questions that I've always asked when it comes to affordable housing always talks about transit, but they don't define what transit is. And with transit, I like to understand, because it's the one question I've always been asking, what is the frequency and what is the distance from this project to that transit corridor that will allow it to be assumed or agreed to have transit? I've not yet seen a definition of that, because in Seminole County or Central Florida, we do not have a transit system. We have a bus system, and there's a big difference.
We do have some discussion of that in the Attainable Housing Strategic Plan that we will be bringing forward hopefully soon for acceptance, which does outline, and I apologize, I don't have it in front of me here, but it does outline those type of things, like what kind of frequencies and decreasing headways and that type of thing are needed really to support affordable housing.
And then my last comment is that we have seen the need to put in some more solar, because we've had one project come to us where they've actually taken out trees. And I'd like to have some definitions or some examples of how that would be implemented in our land development code.
Okay. Any other comments from the commission? Okay, staff, what, if anything, in the way of direction do you need from this commission today?
So, Eliza, if you would like to also, comment on that. I know the kennel issue, I guess we do need clarification from the county attorney's office, because if the Florida statutes does not apply to single family residential A1 zoned property, then I think that issue has been resolved. But so I guess we need clarification on that. But if the county attorney's office does come back and say, no, the noise ordinance would not be able to regulate any A1 zone property, regardless of if it was, bona fide agricultural use or farm use, then we would need direction on whether the board, because the workaround that we were hoping to do was to revise the kennel definition, since a kennel is required to have a special exception in A1. So if we revise the kennel definition, it could apply to more circumstances. Right now, the kennel definition, it requires, or it states that it has to be for compensation, but we have instances where people are part of a rescue group and they have a number of animals on their properties, and they're being housed outside, and they're like right on the property line, and they're barking. And if they're zoned A1, currently we weren't able to do anything through code enforcement. But if we broaden the definition of a kennel, then we might be able to say, okay, well, yes, you have to have a special exception, and then we can regulate the noise through the special exception, through a sound attenuation and buffers and setbacks and things like that. So I apologize. So I guess we'll probably need clarification from the legal aspect before we can get direction on that.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Constantine?
Yeah, I just wanted to reemphasize something that you said, Mr. Chairman, because there's a lot of issues here that I have a specific interest in, whether it be the trees or the Florida-friendly landscaping, in addition to that irrigation systems and certainly lakefront. But one of the things that you said is true, and I want everybody out there to know that this is an ongoing process. This is not something that's going to end next week or even next month. And one of the things that I really want assurances of, and certainly the 25% lands, 25% open space, I think we can utilize better, Eliza and Rebecca and others. But one of the things that I want to really emphasize is that we're not going to do anything until we have additional meetings with citizens. When you're out there talking to citizens, this is the most important thing, individual thing to them that we can do. And that is ensuring that when, proper development, proper density, and long-term viability of projects work for the citizens that are here today and those that will be coming in when these developments happen. So one of the things that I'm clearly feel is important is that we are not going to do anything until we're back and having open public meetings where people can actually respond to these things. And I think that just by the nature of the time element here, that's going to happen. But I think all of us believe that is important, that we have public hearings, that actually the public can be there and we can interact with them before we do anything, finalize anything on these land development codes.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all with Commissioner Constantine. I think based on what the consultant's schedule was initially in her presentation, we're simply at phase one in gathering information, making some recommendations. It would be my desire that as we get down to that, I think phase four, I think is what was explained, is when the board would make these type decisions. By then we should have plenty of public input. We should have all the options that each one of these commissioners have asked for, desired, be able to put our hands on it, see examples of it. Legal can vet them to make sure that they are legally viable, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this is not something that's going to happen overnight. It's going to be some time. Staff, do you have an idea when your expectation would be that we would be in phase for? And I understand that's a tough question because you're still going to bring us quite a bit of things that we're going to ask you to bring us more things.
So the original timeline was 18 months to be able to bring forward an ordinance that would actually amend the land development code. But I do think with COVID, that's sort of been pushed back. Eliza, do you think you have a better idea of when we would probably get to phase 4?
I agree with what you said. We don't have a date certain at this point due to, we're probably 2 to 3 months behind at this point because of COVID, depending on the commission's direction on public input. Obviously, that could change further.
And Commissioner, if I can, I just wanted to say that was the thought process that I was hearing from some of the citizens, that they feel that this is there's an immediacy to this, and the fact of the matter is this is far from that.
No.
And we might find some things that we can have better development, from a low lying fruit that we might pick and put in earlier. But I don't think any of these big issues that we're talking about that are important to the citizens for long-term use are going to happen anytime seriously. And I want that for the citizens that are out there listening to know.
I would concur. I think we've asked for a lot of additional information, and I think there's still a lot of ground to cover on so many fronts. So hopefully the public will stay engaged as they typically do, whether it be in Zoom or in person. I think all of us would like to get back to in-person meetings as safely and as soon as we possibly can. Any other comments from the commission or inquiries on this issue?
Just one last thing, Mr. Chairman. What Commissioner Lockhart suggested earlier about the school board, I just want you to know that if that would help us meet in public sooner, I would be very, very excited to participate in that. Just wanted to let you know. That's something
Very good. Agreed. Okay. Anything else on this before we move to accessory dwelling units, which are going to be put on by our staff? Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to actually hand it over to Jeff. Jeff's going to do the presentation on accessory dwelling units. So if you'll just give us a second, we will share our screen for that presentation.
Thank you.
So just make sure your mouse is over here.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Hopper of Planning and Development Division. Just a few words about accessory dwelling units. These are actually recognized as one method of providing affordable housing to smaller households, single-parent households, and aging households. The Florida legislature has actually supported this by providing a statute that allows local governments to permit them without counting them toward maximum allowable densities under the comprehensive plans. So that is a benefit. Sorry. The definition of accessory dwelling unit is a unit which is attached to or included within a principal dwelling unit, in other words, the main house, or located on the same lot and having an independent means of access. Such units may include a full kitchen. The benefits of an accessory dwelling unit: it allows residents to age in place. It provides homeowners with an opportunity for additional income. It provides a new affordable housing option for low and middle income renters. It uses existing public services such as roads, sidewalks, central water, and sewer. At this time, Seminole County's Land Development Code only allows what we call ADUs in the A10, A5, and A3 zoning districts in the rural area of the county. So within these zones, one ADU is permitted per lot or parcel. The total floor area of the ADU shall not exceed 35% of the gross floor area of the main residence. To allow ADUs in other zoning districts, amendments would be needed to the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. So our proposed regulations are summarized on this slide. Amendments to the Comprehensive Plan. In the introduction element, we would create definitions. Capital improvements element, a new policy would be adopted stating that ADUs create a minimal or de minimis impact and won't count toward maximum allowable densities within a future land use designation. And also then the future land use element creates enabling policies for implementation through the Land Development Code. So under amendments to the code itself, also creating definitions, permitting ADUs in all R1 or single family residential zones, in addition RC1 and A1 zoning districts and planned developments as a limited use. It establishes that no variance is allowed to the size of an ADU. It would require that accessory units be architecturally compatible with the primary structure. It allows homeowners to rent accessory dwelling units if the primary structure of the main house is owner occupied. Establishes a parking requirement for accessory units of one space. It establishes maximum building size and setbacks for ADUs in each zoning or groups of zoning districts, and includes language in the regulations that the allowance of an ADU in the Land Development Code would not preclude a homeowner association's ability to prohibit them. So that's my brief discussion. I'll try and answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from Commission? Commissioner Lockhart?
How did we arrive at the 35% number for the correlation between the main house and the accessory dwelling unit?
There's no magic number. The intent was to emphasize that the accessory is exactly that, something secondary and incidental. It ensures that there's a proportion between the main structure and the accessory unit, so that the accessory unit does not become something bigger and having close to the equal impacts to the main house on things like sewer or water or traffic.
Right. I guess my concern with that is if we're not going to allow a variance to the size, but we're saying that 35% is our hard, fast number for whatever reason, and we don't necessarily have a rationale for it, except that it just seemed like a good number. I'm not really comfortable with either not having the ability to get a variance or having a better rationale for the 35%.
So I might be able to address some of that, at least my experience from being on planning and zoning.
Did you pick the 35% or did staff pick the 35%?
No, that's 35%'s been around as long as I can remember. It dates who knows how far back.
So currently in the code, in the rural area under the A3, A5, and A10, the maximum size of an accessory dwelling unit is 35%. What we're proposing with the new regulations that were included in your package is 35% or a maximum of 1,000 square feet. So as Jeff described, we are trying to emphasize that we want this to, definitely be an accessory to the primary structure, and especially since we are putting a policy in the comprehensive plan that an accessory dwelling unit will have a de minimis impact and won't count towards density. And also in terms of looking at impact fees, if we're going to reduce impact fee rates or waive impact fee rates, we want to make sure that the dwelling unit does not end up being so large that it has equal impacts to a standard single family residential house.
Okay, so what I'm reading says 35% of the gross floor area or 1,000 square feet, whichever is less.
Correct.
Okay, So let me just give you a couple examples of why I think that might be, I mean, at least examples I know of. We have homes in our neighborhood that are in the 3,000 square feet range. They have either attached or detached 2-car garages, which are typically 20 by 20, which would be 400 square feet. If they wanted to convert that 2-car garage to an apartment for a mother-in-law. And according to this, they wouldn't be able to do that because, right? Am I doing my math wrong?
So you're saying they have a 3,000 square foot house?
Or larger. So that would be, I guess that would be 900 square feet then. So it's not.
Well, that would be it'd be 1,050, but right. So, but then we would limit it to the 1,000 square feet because we're saying a maximum of 1,000 square feet. So if their 35% came out to over 1,000 square feet, then they would be limited to the 1,000 square feet.
Got it. Okay. Is there any reason why you wouldn't allow for a variance if there was some reason why someone had an exceptionally large home? I don't know.
I can speak from my district. It's a constant problem. And we've had numerous over the past year. In the rural area, it's 1 per 5, 1 per 10 for the most part. But there's a lot of acreage that is 6 acres, 7 acres, 6.5 acres. So we've had people come in and ask for the following. I have 5 or 6 acres. I already have a 6,000 square foot home that my family resides in. I now want to build a second home that is now going to be 2,000 or 2,500 square foot, which then defeats the rural boundary of 1 per 5, because now you really have 2 full-blown houses. And the applicants often argue, well, that's going to be for my elderly mother, or that's going to be for my parents, or my newly wed son or daughter, when in fact it's a full-blown second home. So there's some nuances in there that we've got to be concerned with.
Okay.
That's been a big problem in the rural area. That, as well as we've had scenarios where somebody did have, say, a 7-acre parcel, and they went ahead and severed and made a 5 and a 2-acre tract, then unfortunately sold the 2-acre tract to some unknowing individual who then comes in and wants to build a home on it, who now can't because it was part of the original parcel, so now has to go ask for a variance and has actually received them, which then has defeated the whole intention of the voter-approved rural boundary.
Yeah. I understand both of those examples. It makes me nervous whenever we tell citizens that they can't apply for a variance for something. There's just always that weird outlying exception. And even if it was just the ability for staff to look at it and see if there was something.
And as we've spoke previous, Commissioner Lockhart, we also have the problem is, and I don't disagree, as long as it's administered under the equal treatment guidelines of the provision. So the problem is we have people that have received variances for whatever that might be, but then we'll have somebody else come in and say they want a variance and they don't get it.
Right.
And managing that whole thing is troublesome at best.
I get it. I understand. It makes me a little nervous that we're saying from the get-go, you can't ask for a variance. That's all.
I mean, we can look at that and see if there's language that we could put in that we could allow some sort of minimal variance in certain circumstances. The issue that we're trying to control, like Commissioner Zimbauer described, is we in fact had a variance come to the Board of County Commissioners, I think within the last year, where it was for an accessory dwelling unit, and they ended up getting approval. Their accessory dwelling unit ended up being 110% of their primary structure. And we're trying to make an argument that accessory dwelling units have a de minimis impact and aren't going to impact level of service. So we're trying to prevent approving, another single family house on a lot. But we can certainly look at that. I understand your concerns.
Commissioner Delory?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the write-up we have here, it says that the accessory dwelling unit to be architecturally compatible with the primary structure. Can you define to me what is architecturally compatible?
So from our perspective, we were saying just similar in look to the primary structure. So
who's going to be the judge of that?
Staff in cases, and if the board isn't comfortable with that regulation, we can certainly take it out, because it would be, and you're correct, it's subjective. It would be based on staff's interpretation.
I'd like to have it more defined, or I think it needs to be better defined. The other question I have is, and I think it's great that we're having a conversation about accessory dwelling units, but Rebecca, can you also do it where the new structure becomes, the existing structure becomes the accessory dwelling unit and the new structure becomes where they actually switch it to get more square footage?
Yes, and we've allowed that in the rural area. As long as they meet setbacks and placement on the lot are acceptable, we've allowed people to switch.
Okay, that needs to be defined so people know what the possibilities are when we go to the public with this.
Okay. Anybody else? Any inquiries? Okay, Clint, do we have anyone from the public on the line that desires to comment on the accessory dwelling unit topic?
No, sir.
That's no. Okay, well, staff, do you feel confident you have direction based on the inquiries that have been given to you from the commission on what direction to go at this point?
Yes, so we'll look at the variance issue, we'll look at the architectural compatibility, and then we'll provide clarification on that you could ultimately, your existing primary structure could become your accessory dwelling unit and vice versa. So we can make those edits. And then also we're looking for direction on if you would like us to bring this back at the next available BCC meeting. Right now we have it tentatively scheduled for the September Planning and Zoning Commission, and then the later meeting with, for BCC in September.
So I guess that's more a question for the commission. Do you all believe we need to workshop the accessory dwelling unit item any further, or just have staff supply the information we've all requested and bring it back to us at a future commission meeting?
I think I'm comfortable with moving forward. The only thing that I'm still looking for a little bit, and I saw it in one of Mr. Applegate's memos, was having to do with the impact fee reduction or elimination. And so we might want to touch on that.
Okay.
But
so
moving forward.
Sorry.
So would it be okay if we ask staff to send their work product to each of the offices, commission offices, for review in advance of an agenda item coming forward to us? Is that okay with everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Mr. Applegate, did you have anything to add, sir?
Not at this time. I apologize. I had to step away, and I'll explain why during my report.
Okay. Well, that's interesting, because if we have nothing else, we're going to move on to staff reports or any further items. So that concludes our workshop session, unless staff has anything else.
Chairman, if it's okay, I just wanted to comment briefly on the impact issue.
Please.
If we do move forward with the ordinances and they do ultimately get adopted, what we have in place right now in terms of impact fees, or if somebody, decided to apply in permanent accessory dwelling unit immediately following the adoption of the ordinances, they would be subject to our standard single-family residential rates. However, we are working with our consultants on the mobility fee, the water and sewer connection fees, the fire, and the libraries on separate impact fee rates for accessory dwelling units. So those are in process.
Good. I think that's wise. I think we've said, many of us as commissioners have said, we're not necessarily interested in an impact fee for an accessory dwelling unit that's going to be used by my parents or my children who were just married. But on the other hand, I think we probably have to look at something in the reverse. If I currently have a 1,500 square foot home on my 5 acres, and now I want to use that as the accessory dwelling and build a 6,000 square foot new residence, how that, I mean, to be fair to the rest of the citizens of the county, I think we probably ought to be looking at that and how that would work.
So what we are proposing wouldn't allow that case. I mean, unless you built, like, say you had a 6,000 square foot house, you wanted that to become your accessory dwelling unit, and then you were going to build a new structure that would be your primary structure. That primary structure would now have to be 35% larger than your existing structure. So you'd probably have, just in that example, you'd have some pretty massive structures, or and then does that really meet the de minimis standard then?
Right. As long as we've covered that to be fair to everybody, I'm good with it. Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. All right. Mr. Applegate, County Attorney, report, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sent an email out earlier late last week. David Levitt has filed an amended complaint. As you may recall, the court has allowed him to do that. Lynn Porter Carlton is following what I think is almost a dozen other jurisdictions are dealing with. My view is the amended complaint that was filed is almost the same as the original one, with relying on the new order that came out since the original complaint was filed. And we obviously plan to file a motion to dismiss on that. And I understand that the Alachua County decision is the first one to go up to an appellate court. It's in the first DCA now. I'm fully expecting the first DCA to affirm the lower court's decision on that. I stepped away, well, before I talk about that, I sent several memos and John Stokes' letter to all of you in the last few days. One thing I took from the evaluation was one, to be more responsive and actually to anticipate questions that come up. So hopefully you'll start seeing more of those. They're going to be short. Answering questions came up the last time we talked about these issues about water and sewer connection fees and impact fees. So I wanted to get those out to you. I had to step away because you all received in your offices a letter. I guess the best way to interpret it is to threaten a federal lawsuit where you'll see the letter back in your office. The only thing I would ask, and I'm not going to comment here on the letter, I will brief each of you today on the letter. I would ask that you not comment on it, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
So I hope the memos that I sent were helpful. And also on the ordinance procedure, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. You already kind of beat me to the punch. After the junk car ordinance, I told Joe Abel and I talked a couple times about this, and he agrees. And we're going to tweak it, as time goes on. But before an ordinance ever gets drafted or put in final by my office, because staff should be drafting the shell of the ordinance, if you will. Before it leaves my office, I'm going to be assured that staff has talked to each of you individually, of course, about what the intent of the ordinance is, what they're trying to do, get your comments individually, of course, so that they can come to my office and the lawyer working on it. We have some idea of what you want. And also this gives you all the heads up that is coming. So I don't have to hear, or Joe doesn't have to hear at the board meeting from a commissioner that says, I don't know what this is, I've never seen it, and I don't like it. So we're going to improve that procedure. It's not fair to you all, it's not fair to staff, not fair to my office, and we're going to correct it. The public hearing for an ordinance should be the time for the public to come in and comment, and you all to make tweaks on it, and if need be, and discuss it in an open forum, and we can make changes then. That was kind of my Waterloo the last meeting, and I'm going to work with Joe Abel. I want to thank Joe. He's with me on all this, and it's going to help staff too to have this process. So we're going to tweak that. Again, finally, just please don't comment on the letter when you go back to your office. I will call each of you this afternoon or this evening to talk about it.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Applegate?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly, sir. What about the county manager? Anything from the assistant county manager today?
Deputy County Manager Abel would like to know the pleasure of the board for the meeting on the 25th of this month. Virtual, combination, just reach out to the school board to see about that as an option. What's the flavor of the board?
I would, I'm totally fine talking to the school board. I would also like to visit and see some measurements of our existing chamber and whether that is able to distance the commissioners as well as whatever clerk personnel and so forth within the CDC guidelines. So I personally, I'd like to get back to in person sooner rather than later. If we can do it in our own facility, great. If we can't, I guess I'd like to know what kind of staff time or challenges will you maybe have to meet to move things over to the school board's facility. I don't want to believe that I know what IT has to do and the rest of the staff in order to do that in a different facility. It may not be a whole lot of anything, but if you could let each of us know that maybe as soon as possible and at least open the dialogue with the school board, I'm okay with that. And if the rest of the commission's okay with that, I'm fine with that as well.
We will try to get all those ideas vetted out by the end of this week so that we can get information to you and get some feedback.
Okay, great. Commissioner Lockhart?
Well, I'm fine with meeting in person at the next meeting if we can all be together in the same location. I think it'd be incredibly difficult for us to do a hybrid of some of us present and some of us virtual. I don't know. I do know that one of the reasons why we had discussed last time, maybe trying to fit into our own chambers, was because of the need to have SGTV be present, obviously, and they've got that all, set there. But certainly the school board has facilities where they stream their meetings directly. And I don't know how they do that, but they do it. So I would think that we could do it too, but I don't know. But obviously, and I don't know if they have a meeting scheduled on the 25th at the same time that we do, right? So we'd have to check that, because if we've already advertised our meeting, that would be a consideration as well.
Okay.
But certainly, Dr. Griffin and Jill Moramus are going to be your go-tos there, and
right.
thrilled that they offered to help. So
yeah, amen. Okay, so if you could, Mr. Abel, get back with each of us and let us know what information you can, gather and let us know what it looks like, would be helpful.
Do that.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Anything else from the county manager's office?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay. Do we have anyone, Clint, on the phone from the public that wishes to address the commission on any other matter today?
Yes, sir. I have a hand raised.
Okay. If you would bring them in, please. And they are muted. Good afternoon again, Ms. Shaddix. You have something to bring before the board for consideration?
I do, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Just, if you would, just give us your full name and address again for the record.
Sure. Katrina Shaddix, 1133 Covington Street, Oviedo, Florida, 32765. Thank you again for having this forum, and just want to talk a little bit about, will be no surprise to you, bears. Recently, the city of Oviedo asked for specific areas of Oviedo to be cut out of the Seminole County Bear Management Area because they claim bears are not in those areas. At the Oviedo City Council meeting several weeks ago, I don't remember the exact date, but I strongly advise against cutting out any areas. Reason being that just because the council members were not seeing the bear sighting posts on social media in the areas that they want excluded, in no way meant that bears aren't in those areas that they want excluded from the bear management area. And case in point, just this week alone, actually it hasn't even been a week, it's been 6 days, I have delivered 57, that's 57, bear packages to Oviedo residents. The packages contain bear straps to retrofit onto trash cans, bear whistles, and educational literature on how not to attract bears, and also on how to peacefully coexist in a responsible manner with bears and other native wildlife. I don't think we'll be surprised to find out, to know that 75% of those packages went to the areas that they want excluded from that plan. So I hope you will reconsider their request. I hope you will continue to know that I am here to help the citizens save money and help the county save money. And this STRAP program is very good. It's very successful. And I hope that y'all will utilize this in my organization to get productive things done with securing our trash. We have the answers. Just use me any way you want. I'm here 100% for this program. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Shaddix. Be well.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Clint, do we have anyone else to address the commission today?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. Seeing none, do any of the commissioners have anything else that they desire to be considered for future agendas? Commissioner Lockhart?
This isn't an agenda item, it's more of a procedural issue, and I don't know what the flavor of the board is, but I would like, if there's an opportunity, to allow folks who are calling in to make presentations to the board to be able to have access to the video. I think we lose a lot while we are in this Zoom realm to just have folks calling in. And I think, they may have a picture or something they want to show us of an example. And I broached it at the last meeting, but I haven't heard back. So I'm just wondering where we are on that ability. Certainly all of our other Zoom meetings, people are able to be on video. So is there a reason why?
I don't, that's a good question for staff. Staff, do you have an answer for Commissioner Lockhart?
Yeah, this is Clint. We actually brought people in today so that they could share video. Nobody turned their video on.
Okay.
Oh.
No.
Okay. Fair enough.
That's great. As long as the option is available and the citizens understand that and know they have that capability, that would be great. That was one of the, I don't want to use the word complaints, but that was one of the items that was brought to my attention as a frustration from some of our citizens. So if that's now available to them, that's awesome. Thank you.
Great. Anyone else from the commission? The only thing I would bring forward as the chairperson is, hopefully by now you all have received the copy of the policies and procedure for the board that we've been talking about for some time now. I know that Mr. Applegate's folks in legal have weighed in and made some tweaks and changes. I would very much appreciate it if everyone could respond back to the county manager and to Mr. Applegate on any questions or changes or suggestions or ideas. It would be my goal as the chairperson to hopefully get consensus on these policies and procedures, certainly by our October meeting, if that doesn't put too much pressure on the commissioners to review that, as well as our staff to get to that point. So other than that, that's all I have. I appreciate everybody cooperating and being patient. Just a sidebar, apparently my computer that I arrived with today did blow up, they tell me. So, so that was the dilemma to get started here. I appreciate IT scrambling around trying to get me going, but we made it work, and we'll be okay. So anyway, with that said, we appreciate it. The meeting is hereby adjourned. Be well.